Alright everyone, thank you all so much for joining us on this wonderful Thursday evening for some more D&D on Lionhead Gaming. And, as we promised, this week is a double feature, which means you get more Song of Rapture right now. As DM'd by Monsieur Omen. Mr. Omen, what do you have for us tonight?
Right, we joined our, well, not quite Valiant 7 anymore, at the end, or rather the beginning of a new day, following the departure of a close friend and the arrival of a new face who they're taking into their charge. But it's not my story to tell. Can someone tell me what happened last time on the Song of Rapture?
Well, when last we left our heroes, they'd just returned to Oakwell and were trying to make themselves comfortable after a lengthy mission up north for Lady Blackburn. They'd encountered some goblins on the road, and after making short work of them, Gregory decided to bring the cart of those poor citizens who were ambushed before them back to Oakwell, to see if their owners had any next of kin there. Getting home after that was easy enough, though an exchange with the North Gate guards did not put the group's worries about Jody and the fallen horse at ease, though they laughed instead of showing signs of grief or a sense of somberness. Clyde and Luna took the cart over to the watchman's post, and the rest of the group maneuvered their very large and outspoken carriage through the rather cramped streets of Oakwell. Population in town seemed to be spiking quite considerably over the last half a year or so. Along the way, the carriage group encountered something quite odd. An infestation of frogs seemed to have taken root in the southern corner of Oakwell. Luna and Clyde encountered a great number of crows and snakes and the like up near the northwest corner. A few words shared with Bea, and Clyde was off to see Barga, who was overjoyed to see him, but something seemed to weigh on her heart. She told Clyde to catch up with us, but that she'd need to talk to him over dinner. Clyde also stopped by the Heartwood Sanctum to catch up with Father Shep, and interestingly enough, plans for the future of the Sanctum were discussed as well. Someone was going to need to take up the helm of that place of worship soon enough. The rest of the group came to rest at the Fallen Horse, which thankfully was not burned down, instead surrounded by frogs like the rest of Oakwell. However, there were not frogs inside. Inside, there were customers. So many customers. The group was pretty surprised and relieved, taking up seats and getting comfortable, saying when Jody had a moment that we needed to speak with her about some things we'd encountered. Luna and Clyde joined them shortly after. Javen had a drinking contest with Dorman, which he did not win, but maybe he can get a rematch later. Samantha requested some pancakes and some other baked sweets, which Gregory took the opportunity to try out some of the wonderfully sweet recipes from the books he'd gotten. Something about a reduction. Soon, 3 bundles of joy burst into the Fallen Horse, fetched by Nino sprinting into Samantha's arms, and Joey shielding his brother from the less reputable patrons. Gregory tried to surprise them with a bundle of sweets coming out of the kitchen, but Nina was too quick, coming around the back behind him. Thanks to his danger sense, though, he was able to withstand her child leg tackle and did not drop anything. Shortly thereafter, they gathered at a table nearby that seemed to be quite open, as Gregory brought plate after plate of sweets and fancy sauces, and Samantha and Luna busted out some very interesting surprises for the children, a group of gifts for each of them, Samantha having gold for Joey, and basically everything you'd need to start to be a wizard for Sam, along with a wonderful music box with a dancing princess atop it for Nina. Luna having a very intricate and maybe dangerous, but in a fun type of way, shield for little Joey, something that seemed to spring into existence with just the flick of a wrist, and a recorder for Nina, which would be conveniently lost, I'm sure, at the soonest opportunity. And for Sam, a spell book, something to record the things he learned from all the other books that Samantha had gotten him. They seemed to be overjoyed with their presence, and Gregory seemed to be, as per usual, taken aback by the outpouring of generosity to his siblings. It seems that the group has quite a shine to them. Now, it was at this point that a very, well, for the rest of us, normal woman came in, but Persephone, well, does not take too kindly to the red-headed elf stepping into the fallen horse. Ava, quickly breaking her attention away from the rest of the group to see where it was Ava was going, and seeing her go to speak with Jody, well, in a flash, well, or more subtle, a shifting of motion and form, she turned into a lizard and skittered across the ground and some of the wall to get into a place to see and listen to what it was they discussed. And Persephone was able to quite easily perceive what sounded at first like pleasantries and a sense of well-wishing for all the customers in the Fallen Horse, though she did note that Ava seems to be having problems with frogs while Jody does not, Jody offering the advice of poisoning her grass. Ava made a request, a favor requested of Jody in exchange for her looking after the fallen horse when Jody could not. There was, well, new adventuring blood in town that had taken up post in her inn. Someone who needed to cut their teeth on what the region had to offer. And with the Valiant Seven so, well, good at their job, she asked that he tag along with us, and that she would introduce him later. Jody was hesitant to agree at first, but eventually did, and Ava made her departure, taking note of the lizard that seemed to be glaring at her from a barrel nearby. It was at this point Clyde pulled Gregory aside to the kitchen, advising the stalwart paladin to keep an eye on Samantha, always seeming to be up to no good, something beyond even the mask that she takes off in front of her friends and allies. There's definitely something more to her. Keep an eye on her, Gregory. After that, Clyde departed to meet up with Barga and go to dinner, not needing to partake in any of the wonderful sweets that Gregory had made, making his way back across town as quick as a cat can, and getting back to maybe well, actually, forgot one thing. He also, before leaving, spoke with that fucking goblin, the gnome. What is his name? Short, has that white pointy beard, really good at attaching metals to other metals.
Pip?
Thank you. Yes, speaking with Pip and getting back a peculiar sapphire ring that he had left in the protection of that little gnome as he was enamored by the very interested women around him. Clyde left with the ring in hand and headed back to Barga for dinner, and dinner was had. It was pleasant and wonderfully cooked as always. An assortment of meat cooked to Barga's preferences, which is a little bloody. And Barga explained in not too lengthy words that she had left Drakova, where she came from, because so many of her family and friends had perished in the harsh wilderness of that place. And with no one left really for her to care for, she left that place lest she be swallowed up by it as well. And even though Clyde is quite the capable adventurer, there were a few events that transpired while he was away that made her feel quite uneasy and put a smother on the hope that she had for him to return. Thankfully he did, but she could not help but feel and be reminded of her time in Drakova, wondering if this time will be the last time. She did not want to have that life, and in no simple or basically requested that he either hang up his bow or return to his friends and aid them in their adventures. But if he were to do that, she would want no part of it. Clyde tried to reassure Bark at first, but he realized the definitiveness of her position, and it seemed as though he was going to depart for just a moment. He opened the door before closing it again and hanging up his bow above it. Clyde decided in that moment to retire and settle down, with Barga turning on Catpaw and presenting the sapphire ring down on one knee, asking Barga to make him the happiest catman in the whole wide world. To which she happily agreed. And now, with a wedding to plan and a frank discussion to be had with the rest of the party, Clyde enjoyed the rest of his evening. I do not believe anything else transpired that night, as everyone was able to rest relatively soundly. I was going to share a room with Persephone, but thankfully I don't sleep. So, putting her to bed and taking my leave to do whatever I wanted that night. The next day, nothing truly eventful happened in the morning. Made my way over to see Queen and just try to, see if anything interesting had happened beyond what was already apparent. But just exchanged some pleasantries and got my cut of the Pink Lady drink. Nice 100 GP, which was quite nice. Did not expect it. Other than that, I want to say the group gathered back up at the Fallen Horse relatively early in the day and spoke with Jody both about the disturbing things that they had found in relation to the gilded coffers and their business with her. And she expressed that while they did have a very, very deep interest in her joining their organization, she had no plans to do so, and thankfully they would not kill her outright for rejecting their, request. So they were not a pressing concern, and she expressed that they were perhaps much too much for us to handle, even if they were. But she wanted to know what it was we wanted to get ourselves stuck in next. Something off to the southwest, the Elderbark Forest, and within, a promise made to an ally who had helped them a long time ago. Marjorie, a woman cursed to remain in the protection and presence of one woman from Thistle, a Shay, always keeping an eye on her. She was safe, but she could not see the world go anywhere else for fear of the creatures that would, abscond with her if she tried to leave the Elderbark. We said that we would return and correct or finish what had not been finished and put to rest the final wife of Ash, a witch, a hag, a crone, some creature of powerful magic and curses and hexes that we decided we were going to put an end to. Though we did not have a lot to go on, and we weren't being paid for it, which was not something Jody was too happy about. She did not want to risk losing her only patrons for a favor. But she did manage to find a way to sort of spin what it was the Valiant Seven were going to be getting up to, saying that we were going to be putting a stop to the plague that had infested Oakwell. And that seemed to more or less reassure her misgivings. I believe it was at that point that a certain red-headed elf made her appearance again. Or rather, Clyde made his appearance and announced his retirement to the group. It definitely shocked everyone. It's not something I think any of us really expected, maybe save for Gregory, seeing a man happy with a woman he loves. It was only a matter of time. But Clyde told us he was going to retire, take up the cloth, and, well, settle down and marry Barga. Some words of finality shared and some sentiments expressed. Clyde, once again, always the overprotective older brother, spoke to Persephone, reminding her to keep herself safe and, once again, to keep her eyes on Samantha, because she's surely up to no good. And with that, Clyde departed, never to be seen again. But Mitzi stayed, and it was wonderful. Now we have a dog. It's pretty cool. Oh, no, God's saying no. So we don't have a dog anymore. Feel free to tweet at the DM that that's not okay. After that...
The doggo gets no pets?
Yep.
Just goes up north and disappears.
Never to be petted again. He was a good boy. After that, Ava and a very handsome and well-built and quite tall and muscular for an elf showed up right behind her. It seemed that this was the new recruit that she had asked for this favor of from Jody. Quill was his name, and quite experienced he was, but not necessarily in adventuring, more, it seemed, soldiering. He had a very, not uptight, but well cut, I guess, attitude about him. He seemed to refer to everyone as ma'am and had a relatively sharp and short haircut as well. He seemed to be capable, but he was going to be the Valiant Five's charge? That was the other thing. Now, with Clyde gone and Quill, for the time being, seeming to replace him, though I don't know if anyone could ever replace Clyde, Jody set upon us the task of thinking of a new name. Her patrons could not be something she could not brand or market to all interested quest givers. And so, I believe, with this conclusion of this very long and windy recap, we need to name ourselves. As that is what happened last 2 days ago, actually, not last week, on Tuesday. I hate this.
Alright, give yourself some DM inspiration.
I still
You're
have it.
consumed by the void.
Oh, you're gonna have to roll a D100 then.
Ugh,
Oh, you're gonna die.
Ugh.
what a day.
One of those things.
I'm sorry, I only got halfway through my written version of the recap.
Good.
What do you mean, good? That's why it was all
As
fucking
we join
windy
the
and
Valiant Seven, or the former Valiant Seven, exiting the Fallen Horse upon orders of their patron to find themselves the supplies they need for this, well, seemingly simple task of taking care of some twisted witch somewhere out in the woods. But they're joined by a new charge, a man who claims himself to be a former knight from a far-off kingdom. What are y'all up to in Oakville?
Well, shortly after whatever happened last 2 days ago, after that wrapped up, I guess I would have asked, like, the group. Alright, we're gonna have smoker, Samantha, sorry.
Give me pancakes.
So, when do we plan on departing?
Probably as soon as possible.
Yeah, I reckon these folks probably had enough of these damn frogs and everything.
Okay. In that case, I will see about restocking on a few things and take the carriage down to the southwestern gate. Meet up in, say, an hour or
Do
two?
you plan to take the carriage to the Elderbark Forest?
That would
We
seem
had
to be a
enough time to use with
mistake.
the horses last time.
Do you mean that giant monstrosity that's out front?
It's the one.
That will not make it through a forest.
The Elderbark is too thick. It was hard enough to get through with horses.
Fine.
It was in this moment Samantha remembered we are adventurers.
But
The carriage is pretty good on a big open road.
Jody, see if you can find the next adventure to be somewhere in the plains, without a bunch of trees in the way. Would appreciate
a nice
it.
paved road.
I can
that leads
certainly do that for you once you finish this personal task you have bestowed upon me and I have allowed. But off you go. I will say, if you do wish to bring, well, a better name than the monstrosity, the road that leads down south to Thistle, assuming it's clear, would be wide enough to take the carriage. If you're going to be gallivanting out in the woods, well, it won't come back in one piece.
Can we see the region map really quick?
That's what I was
Certainly.
going to ask, actually. Are we going to be taking the road, or are we going to be trying to use that hunter's path we sort of saw before?
We could probably take the road directly to Thistle because we need to see exactly what's going on with the Shay in the Eyes of Elm. And if Baba Ima is involved, she would be able to give us some insight. But after that, we'd probably be trekking through the forest.
Yeah.
We could leave the carriage at Marjorie's house.
True enough.
Was the path wide enough?
That was a hunter's path that was off the road. You had Clyde and his expert survival skills lead you at a good time. Otherwise, you'd basically be trekking through the woods.
Yeah,
We also had to walk on water to get there too.
yeah, I brought it up, but yeah,
Zero.
that path don't really make much sense. So, alright, we take the carriage, heading off west, take the road down to Thistle.
This is an actual road. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? I mean, I sort of need to make a stop before we head out, but
Yeah.
anything else we need?
I mean, I was just going to get like provisions and stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna stop by Lacasta for some supplies and drop off some presents I got for them in Broken Ridge.
I was actually thinking about going to Lacasta's,
Really?
hoping to getting just for potions.
Yeah, I need to drop off some things too. We want to. I mean, it's early. Take a couple hours or so.
Leave
Me
by
back up.
around afternoon?
Yeah, like 1 or so, a little bit afternoon.
Oh, Krieger, you still have that relic, right?
Yeah, that was sort of the stop I was mentioning. I didn't really feel right using it for all the sort of nonsense we're getting up to, but I think
You know,
it's
that's exactly
sort
the
of
reason
needed.
he was giving it to you. But okay.
He's very particular about this for some reason. I don't understand it either. Alright, well, come on.
All right.
I want to see how Father Winter's doing anyway.
Before we go, Jody,
Yes.
sort of forgot about this, with all the stuff going on. I sort of got you some. Actually left it out in the carriage, I guess. I'll go get it. 2 seconds, all right? I'll be right back.
All right then.
It's a dog. It's a leaf.
Go out the carriage, get my big old nice oaken box, and bring it back in. I don't really know if this is good enough or anything, but you know, with apparently folks like Miss Blackburn coming around and you know, the new shop, I thought maybe this would come in handy. Somebody like that shows up again. And I'll hand her the big old box.
Yeah, you see her smaller than your hands reach out to take this thing, and the weight would come down a bit, but she's able to carry it quite
Oh,
well.
sorry.
with her
Yeah, it's a bit
open
heavy.
chest. It's fine.
Bit in there.
She places it down, inspects it quite thoroughly, sort of looking it up and over, seeing all the details, and then opens it up. And what does she find, Gregory Timberson?
She finds a whole bunch of nice sets of silverware with some little accompanying accoutrement like saucers and things like that, gravy boats and all the
Yes, gravy
usual things
boats!
these night set a good, nice table with pretty decent make.
As
7 gravy boats.
the lid opens up and you can see just the glimmer of all the silver and some very clean plate and maybe some tinted platinum basically gleaming off her face as if she's staring off in sun-kissed ocean, and her eyes just become saucers. She just looks over everything, picking up some of the tools, looking through it. Everything's clean, everything's pristine, everything is beautiful looking.
I mean, I asked around at Broken Ridge. I mean, you can return them if you. I mean, do they return things? Broken Ridge? I can take them back if they ain't gonna work.
You will do no such thing, Timberson. As she very carefully shuts the lid. Sort of opens up again to look one more time and then shuts it. I am. Thank you.
I don't know, Mish. I'm just paying back for everything you've done for me and mine. Well, I know you supposed to be boss employee and all that, but you've done a lot more than just the boss does. Once I get it. Appreciate it. Just a little thanks. Hopefully I can do more than this in the future. Maybe.
And you see her turn your way, Greg, as you're saying this, and her eyes are still somewhat wide, and she almost looks just the touch sad. But she does sort of close her eyes for a moment and then nod in resolution. I'm glad you feel that way, Gregory. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna get going. I guess we're gonna be gone a bit again. I'm keeping an eye out for the kids again, like I asked you. It seems like for every month that I'm gone, I'm sorry about that.
Certainly seems that you pay me well enough to do so. As she picks up her box full of silverware, goes behind the bar and starts to find a decent place to put this chest of valuables. It is not too taxing a task, I suppose. Joey's grown quite responsible, not quite the troublemaker he was in his last years. Sam is becoming better informed. He's actually quite helpful when it comes to organizing some of the supplies, and, well, dare I say, Nina is a delight.
Isn't she?
And don't be afraid to work them hard. All right, I'm gonna be off.
Please take care, Tennyson.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, we're meeting at the South Gate at 1 p.m.
I reckon.
Good.
I guess southwest and gate road leads out west mostly.
Are we taking the carriage or not?
Yeah, I think we is.
Alright then. Well, come on, I can at least take you over. Where are you going?
I'm sort of gonna be trying to make a hustle of this. I got some places to stop. I gotta go to Dolman's and then the Watchman's Post, and then back down to the Post Bastion. I'm sort of all over the place. I'm gonna be running.
This thing is a bit too big with these crowded streets. Alright, well, lead the way, Timberson.
Alright, yep. God, I can never whistle when I want to. Whatever, it's fine.
Man, I can know.
Call over Nero. Get him to start trotting myself up north.
As you guys begin to make your way outside, you're calling out Nero. He's been resting by the stables that are just next to the fallen horse. And again, you're in this early morning. You're beset by the sound of those sweet croaking creatures. As you guys begin to spread out throughout the still bustling Oakwell, even in the earlier morning, it's still got plenty of life in it. Each making your way across town. As you spent some time talking to Jody, it seemed like three of you, at least witnessing the conversation. Persephone, where are you doing over in the Heartwood Sanctum?
Well, she's gonna stop on by and harvest any whatever she can of her Liscus plant to take on the road with her. It's been growing for quite some time now. Nice, healthy plant, and it's time to get a little bit of a fruit of her labors.
Sure. Roll me a herbalist check with either wisdom. I mean, either a herbalist check, a herbalist tools check with wisdom, or a perception check, or either one with advantage if you have both, which you probably do. However that frickin' roll works. There it is.
Oh, wait, I didn't do the second one.
Boo!
Think.
All right. Yeah, it's a little hard because as you approach the Heartwood Sanctum, you do see the acolytes out back in the wilderness collecting more creatures, some of the insects as well. It seems like these creatures are swarming so much around these plants that they're even starting to get close to the garden, and some of them, even some of the frogs, have hopped off a little tiny fence and made their way around in the plants, trying to find a good, any of these sprouts of Liscus that haven't been trampled by the swarming frogs. But fortunately, it looks like they've maintained a good enough health, and you find a good number of them. Let's see how many you get. Nice. As you receive about 150 gold worth of Liscus.
Huzzah!
All right, and after she does that, she's going to head on over to Lacasa's.
Okay. As it seems like you're going over...
Everybody's going to Lacasa's.
As Luna, you're making your way up, you do happen to catch Persephone quick out the door and very quick about gathering her supplies, swiftly moving through the forest, unabated by the plants or the forestry that would slow her travel. So you guys both make it to about Locast at the same time. You're basically walking up to the door when you see a tiny green face poking out from the forest and skipping her way on over through a bush. Okay.
I emerged from a bush effortlessly.
I assume this is like a shop. I'm just gonna go right in.
Oh yeah, it's basically like a store. You go knock to the door. There's no quite answer yet, but it's a store, so you just open up and walk inside.
I close the door for Persephone's face.
It's got a lovely carved sign said apothecary.
Mhm.
Somebody built a beautiful sign.
In a
Opens
road,
it
a
up now.
pathway. Someone laid a path down.
Yeah, beautiful little path, lovely garden.
As you walk inside the house, just enough time to see... You see the half-elven woman, fixing... It looks like her bandana upon her head, when she looks surprised to see you just suddenly in her home. But then she recognizes you with a smile as Locasta greets you.
Oh, okay, so this isn't a personal call. It's actually just for business. I know you're just an herbalist. Do you have, healing potions?
I do, but unfortunately they are less in numbers than I would hope. Very recently, within about the month or so, someone came and just stopping by the shop and bought out a number of my potions all at once. They take some time to make. I only have a handful of tonics on hand, as she takes you back to where looks like her little... It's not even the storefront, it's her workshop where she has these bottles of bright red liquid sitting on the shelves. She only seems to have about 4, and they're quite small. She basically says they'll help seal up some of your wounds gently, but they're not quite as potent as she wants them to be quite yet. As all she really has on hand are 4 normal common potions of healing. As someone recently bought out her best shit.
Who bought the rest of your stock?
This was I not seen him around town before. A very peculiar looking man. One of the, what do you call them? The Dragonbone, that is it. Red scales, horns on head. Very, very kind man. Very generous with his coin.
Oh, it's probably Javen then. Okay. Yeah, sure, I'll just take these then. How much?
Come up to about all I have left. I can't take less than 200 gold pieces.
That's fine. Here you go. Goodbye. As I walk away. I take the stuff.
As you take her supplies, as long as you leave gold, she's not going to stop you. As she collects, she takes her gold and basically waves you out of the shop. You notice as you're walking out, she's like you at that point, Looks like only part of her makeup was actually applied. It looks like you kind of caught her hurrying to the door when you walked in, but no more business here. Turn heel and you walk out, just in time for Persephone to probably open the door that you shut in her face.
Yep.
Okay.
Locasta!
And she immediately hears that voice and, realizing she's not quite dressed yet, doesn't care, walks to the door, invites you in, Persephone, gives you a big hug.
I'm so glad you're doing well. I'm going to make this a quick trip, because we're about to head out. I brought some gifts, actually, from Broken Ridge.
Oh, you did not have to do that. No, it's completely unnecessary.
No, you're a friend, Locasta. Let's see. I pull out my little children's lore book for Peleus that I got him. And God, how much would I wager about a week or so vacation to High Hill be about?
The High Hill? I mean, like how long it takes to get there?
How long? I want to send Lucasa on vacation. How much should I give her for that?
High Hill is actually pretty close if you travel on either Swiftfoot or on horse. It's only about 2 days east of Oakwell. It's a kind of a cousin village. So 2 days of travel on a horse, you get there. If you want to, I don't know how long you want to spend there, but maybe 2 days back as well. So minimum of 4 days just traveling.
All right, 4 days traveling and about a week for Lucasta to hang out there.
Sure.
How much would I bet that would cost?
It depends. If you don't know a whole lot about High Hill, it is a village, so your instincts sort of tell you they may not have like a special like inn to go to. Nothing quite like Broken Ridge, obviously, but like there might be a nice inn to go to somewhere where you can get a comfortable, maybe even modest or actually no, comfortable probably the best you get living. Let's see.
Yeah, 'cause I want to give her gold for the vacation, but I don't want to give her so much that it feels like too much.
Sure, like if you had to sort of guess yourself, 4 days of travel, just whatever, doesn't really apply. If you wanted her to stay somewhere like comfortable in this little village, for 7 days it'd probably come down just to 14 gold, maybe 15 depending on where she goes, just for food, water, and board. Not super expensive.
Okay. So I'll give her a pouch with about 25 gold pieces.
Oh.
And I hold this little pouch in her hand. Lucasta, you've worked really hard. So I want you to take a break from Oakwell for a little bit. I mean, it's probably a really good time to take a break from Oakwell. Go on vacation, go to High Hill, relax. And then when I get back, you can tell me all about it.
This is very kind, Persephone, but I can't simply leave my shop behind.
Well,
I just had potions on the shelf. I was trying to ferment into something stronger, and your friend just came in and bought them all. I have to get back to work to make more.
Well, that's the thing about fermenting. You can set them up and leave them be.
Yes, but I leave the shop
And-
unattended for so long.
Well, what about Peleus?
He's still learning the basics, I don't know. She seems somewhat like as you're mentioning Peleus, her sort of tension relieves for a moment, and then she thinks back on something, and then she seems like sort of going back and forth on the fence.
It'll only be for a short time. It'll almost be like nothing. But it will be so worth it for you to at least relax, and Peleus would at least have the opportunity to learn, and whatever mistakes that he makes, you can teach him through them when you get back home.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Peleus is in the background. Oh, I guess I'll just burn it down.
No!
Yeah. As she kind of looks you over, Persephone, still sort of back and forth. You can tell she's still indecisive with your really high insight. And then, I don't know, and she turns away back to basically her workshop is, and there's all these bottles and beakers and even this large silver mirror where it looks like you use to like use it to like measure off certain like just drip drop titrations of liquid. And in that, she does take a look at herself. Her hair still kind of a frazzle underneath her bandana, her half up makeup half done. I think you may be right. Maybe I should take a break. I've been here working and working for so long. A week, you say?
Maybe. I mean, High Hill will take a couple days to get there and back. I feel like it wouldn't be worth the trip if you only spend a handful of days. At least spend more time there than you would be traveling to and from.
Alright then. Trip I shall take. I may wait until the business begins to slow down, but soon. A break I shall take soon. Thank you, Persephone.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear it.
Is Peleus around so I can give him his book?
He is currently sleeping. He stays up quite long through the night, and then he's taken to laying in bed and actually finding slumber. I did not think elves like to sleep, but...
No, they don't. Really. That's fine. Well, this book is for him. I noticed he was fond of similar subjects while we were in Mosten, so I just brought him one back from Broken Ridge.
Oh, I see. Oh, I will ensure he reads this when he eventually wakes up.
Right, take care, Lacasta. I'll see you when you get back.
All right, you take care of yourself.
I give her one hug before I go.
Oh, and she gives you a big hug back. And he allows you to leave as she spends the rest of her time looking over the coins you've given her and tries to plan out, okay, how does this vacation thing work? As you make your way out of the shop. All right. Oh, God. Okay. And Gregory and Samantha, it looks like you guys are heading up north to the Stonehand Smith.
Go find Dorman.
Tagging along.
Gonna open up the door. Hey, Dorman, I'm gonna leave something by the door for you. Thanks for everything. I gotta run though.
What?
Leave a big old package by the door and start running off again.
What? Okay.
It's a bomb.
Oh, what?
It's a bomb.
As
I
you can
told
see,
you I'm running. We ain't got much time. I got places to. Gotta get.
as you leave the shop, like you barely have enough time to hear the back door open where it looks like the workshop really is, as smoke pours out and this soot-covered dwarf tries to wipe his eyes to see what happens, but you see that all through the crack of your door before it shuts, and you're already out of there.
Just roll up the watchman's post. Just find one of the guards I recognize. Hey, Jeremy. Hey, you do me a favor real quick.
Hey, Timberson, what's the occasion?
Just something for the captain. If you could hand this off to, I appreciate it. As I just sort of unhook long sword off the side of Nero's, I just hand it out to him. But could you, I don't know, just be careful with it. It was so depressing.
I certainly, wow. Okay, yeah, I'll make sure this gets to the captain.
Appreciate it. Just tell her it's a thank you for everything.
All right, from Timberson. As he turns to his one of the other guards, kind of whispers to him, and then they look at each other for a second, look at the sword, and then he shrugs and walks inside the watchman's post.
All right, there's another down. Heading off again. I'll see y'all fella later. We heading out, so we gonna be gone again.
All right, you keep moving, Valiant 7.
Yeah, we gonna try to do something about all these frogs and things. Joda come talking to you about it. I think.
As you guys make your way away from there, Steven, are you up to anything, or are you just hanging out at the bar?
Yeah, he's just hanging out at the bar. He bought another barrel, strapped it to his back. He's ready to travel. Oh. He engages in the activity that he learned from the adventurers he served yesterday called pregame.
Oh no.
He didn't quite understand the concept. He's going a bit overboard. He was fine. He's just hanging out in the tavern.
Okay. As you guys, let's see. Bill's waiting by the gate. Persephone's heading towards the gate. And Gregory and Samantha bustling all across town. It's taking you at least a couple hours just to get around this place. It's now mid-noon. And eventually you reach the Hope's Bastion.
Oh, hell, we ain't gonna be late. Daddy, y'all, I gotta run in real quick, you know?
As the doors are wide open. It's midday, so people are allowed to enter and leave church as they will. You walk inside, you see many of the acolytes hanging around. Some of them just look like they're cleaning up from a very previous mass in the middle of the day. You could see the sort of the second hand in command here, a dark-skinned man with long, flowing golden and red robes. Marcus tending to the place, but no Father Winter to be seen.
Hell, hey, can y'all get some Father Winter for me?
I mean, it's gonna take some time. He's not here.
Oh, well, I mean, whenever he's around, I mean, it's mostly for the church anyway. It's just a tithe. I guess you can take it from me.
Yeah, sure. Good to see you again, Timberson.
Yeah, no problem. Spend it wisely, I guess. As I'm gonna hand over 25 platinum coins.
Oh wow! As they see the glittering coins in your hand, you're handing over, and then eyes go wide. Immediately go to the collection cabinet where they keep all the donations to the church, and they quite happy to see such glorious coins filling their coffer.
And I gotta zip down into the cellar real quick. I'll be in and out in a second though. I won't serve nothing.
Yeah. All right.
Appreciate it.
Are you going in the cellar? Oh, whatever.
I'm just waiting by the front door, just watching him go down. God, I have a weird question.
Perfect question to ask in church. What's up?
Perfect question to ask someone like you. Do Yanti sweat?
Do they sweat? I'm gonna say they can. They have a very,
Yikes.
very, very, like, high tolerance for such things. Like, they're meant to live in the desert, so yeah, they kind of need, like, it's kind of like part like a snake where you need the heat to sort of regulate yourself. But when things get super crazy, you're still humanoid. You still need some sort of way to regulate yourself, so you have a higher tolerance. Yeah, you're like mid-warm blooded. Like you sweat when you're under extreme stress or like extreme heat. But yeah, normally like if the sun's out and everyone's like, oh, it's a hot, humid day, like you're fine.
Yeah, because I've just been sprinting around town with Gregory, so I was just wondering. But all right, cool.
Okay.
I'll hustle my ass down into the underbellies of the church to the cellar. Try to remember. I think it was back here. As I'll go looking for that spot in the brick wall, finding the spot where I dug out before, and start pulling out bricks.
Sure. As you're looking around the basement, you're sort of feeling around for the loose stone you pull away to sort of mask where you hid this relic, and eventually you find it, and fortunately, though it's been sitting for, God, how many months now, you manage to fix your fingers around it, pull it back, it comes free, and inside, just almost as pristine as the day you left it, is this glittering silver, but you know it's not silver, a blade of mithril, with the handle extended out towards you.
I pull out the sword, covered in the strange snake skin sheath. Alright.
I was wondering if you remembered because I was going to mention it.
Yeah, Greg, as you go to pick up the sword and start pulling it out, the angle maybe makes it kind of weird as you're sort of trying to extend it from this long hole you dug out from it. It almost feels heavy in your hand. And then eventually you get it out, and it's not so bad, and then you stick it in the sheath. And
Alright, let's get you to what you supposed to be doing a long time. I'll start hurrying back up. Try to cover up the sword as much as I can. Just sort of, I don't know, shove it mostly down into my backpack. Probably the hilt is poking out, but I'll just sort of cover it up with my bedroll on.
Okay. As you make your way back up to the Hope's Bastions, basically the stairway, getting back to the main, the area, you see Samantha sitting and waiting in one of the pews, ready to follow after you, finally catching her breath, I assume.
Yeah, she's standing.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright, y'all, we gonna be gone for a bit, so don't come looking for me enough, so I can't help out more, but gonna try to do something about all this. Hopefully, maybe, I don't know. But I'll see y'all around.
You're not staying around to help out?
I wish I could, but, you know, things ain't exactly getting better out there, so someone gotta do something about it, right?
Well, alright. Oh, yeah. Things gonna be a little short-handed around here, but we'll get by.
Yeah, it's all about that. Hey, hell. Hang in there. Rush on out. Alright, I think I'm good, Samantha. I think we hit. Over here, there's an alley. We can get through here.
You forgot the carriage.
What? Yeah, I got it. Oh, I never told you. Yeah, I sort of stashed it in the church.
Of course you did. Yeah, can you give me a ride on Nero back to the Fallen Horse?
Oh, hell yeah, the carriage. Yeah, alright. Come on.
Luna Persephone. Question.
Okay.
How long has Samantha and Gregory been a couple?
Damn.
Oh, you're serious? They're not.
I've been around for 450 years, young lady. I can tell when people have feelings for one another.
Okay. But if they do, they're not acknowledging it.
Oftentimes that does take time. I'm sure one day they will.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. Full tank. Whoosh!
Make your way back to this very wide, very heavy, but suitably sized for your party size, at least formally, carriage. Driven by 3 horses, you basically leading with Nero sort of leading the way to part the crowds in the busy streets. You help take this large carriage down the road, past the Rooster's Crown, I'm assuming all the way over to the gate.
Yeah. I totally forgot something. I need to retcon. I also gave the church my big old bundle of nice candy, because I totally forgot about those for them.
Poured in the collection plate.
You didn't eat all the candy?
Candles.
Oh, candles.
I ate all the candles.
Brings you closer to Avandra that way.
That's gonna make some
Holy
fuzzy farts.
They'd be happy to have some really nice reliquaries again, especially ones that hopefully won't get stolen by goblins, but they keep these ones nicely locked away inside.
How packed are the streets at this time of day? It's probably noon, so it's probably pretty crowded, right?
It is high noon, and yeah, that's why Gregory's in the front with his horse, helping to sort of act as the spearhead of your wide vessel, helping to basically use its large size to keep people parted just long enough to realize, oh god, there's a huge carriage coming through. And yeah, as you're making your way through, people are really taking notice of this massive carriage going down the streets. Almost looks like a noble's going through town, and then they see Timberson leading the way like a knight.
Oh, I'm filtering people into the carriage, so they're just
Now,
just a trail of blood on the street.
Makes sense.
People are moving out of the way, though, when they see Gregory, right?
oh yeah, they're basically just, again, it's like they have like a spearhead, sort of helping them part, and then they part further, rather than just mashing your way through a crowd.
I just need to know, because, like,
So, God, how late are they?
Going all across town without really someone to lead them expertly. basically through crowds like Clyde used to. Basically, you guys would all reach the gate by about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Quill, you were the first one, just took a beeline straight there, didn't you?
Of course I did.
So you've been there about like 11 in the morning or so? You've been waiting for a while.
So good, right? We ain't too late, is we?
No real way to tell, is there? Well, mount up, everyone. Wait, where's Jake? Oh, there he is.
I slept in late.
Fine.
Omen, I got a riding horse, right?
Did you buy one?
I'm pretty sure I got
With your
200 gold
bunch of
down.
money?
Yeah.
Sure, you could have bought yourself a riding horse.
Okay.
God damn it, Persephone.
As by about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Quill, what did you do for your, like, basically almost 3 hours of waiting?
I probably would have asked some of the local guards to give me, like, insight into this group.
About the Valiant 7?
Mm-hmm.
Sure, give me a straight charisma check, as you're basically gathering around rumors from people. Yep, you find some people who look like reputable folk, able to sort of ask them, using your polished armor, your good looks, and just your stern and respectable demeanor, to sort of just gather some general information. Seems like people know the name of the Valiant Seven. They called them the Heroes of Oakwell. Most of them actually called them the former Heroes of Oakwell. Yeah, these people they don't really see often around town. They kind of reside in one of the corners. I'm not sure which one. People really speak about one person in particular, Gregory Timberson, someone who was born here for a while, or basically lived here all of his life. Know him as the town hand, a man who always comes to your aid if you need help. Although he does it for coin. He has some kids to help take care of, and he also sort of has some bad blood. He has a dad around town who, well, he hasn't been seen in a while, but he's kind of a bum. Gets into fights, gets drunk. For the others, there's another sort of a paragon of the group. This sort of a shadowy figure at first, but pretty soon, after like the first month or two, definitely started making herself known. A woman named Samantha, some people say last name's Deus. Usually seen hanging around to select places. People mostly know her from, well, whenever the Valiant Seven's involved with the mayor, she always seems to be close by, as if standing by the leadership. And also, she recently threw a festival, sort of revealing, or at least assuming revealing, her heritage out in the white sand. Something like Argos Day, something like that. There's a lot of dancing, a lot of food, a lot of music in the streets.
I'm assuming I know pretty well what Argos Day is.
Oh, you would know Argos Day.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. That never really happens in Oakwell, so it's like she's bringing culture. People don't really know a whole lot about her. Either they don't know anything, or they have had conversations with her in passing. Seems like she only stands around select folks in town. There's another one that's very reputable, someone who has sort of a polarized view of himself, or a view of him from the town. He's this happy-go-lucky, dancing dragonborn who either people just love to be around him because he buys booze and has fun, or he's kind of a menace. He'll burst into your inn and blare his horn in the middle of the bard band and get thrown out. But no matter where he goes, there's always people talking about Javen. Seems like he's been in Oakwell for a while and has spent some time in his youth here as well, but mostly he's just the traveling dragon that people hope to find while they're here in Oakwell. The others, besides one in particular, are kind of somewhat in obscurity. There's a talk of a very bouncy, bubbly elf girl who spends a lot of time up to the northern, almost western parts of town. Apparently she established a large garden for the church, which is really nice. She just seems like a really nice person, usually out hanging out with animals or gathering herbs, and you say hi to her, she screams hi back to you. Yeah. And then there's someone else in the group that's, I mean, she's considered like one of the most beautiful women you've ever seen, although there's recently been a change where some people like it, some people don't. A very also polarized view, very gorgeous, sort of temptress of sorts, who has a tongue and a tooth of fire. If you get on her bad side, she will let you know it, but she seems pretty decent when she's hanging around her group and around kids. She's very kind when she's around others who don't quite say the right things. The bumbling members of Oakwell. Well, she can quickly become a vicious speaker of sorts. But she always sort of introduces herself with this sort of air of not pompousness, but of power. Her personality is very strong, and her name is Luna. Over everyone else, though, the biggest talk of everyone, the celebrity of the group, one special man known as the Catman, the champion of the sword fighting contest, the current holder of the champion of the archery contest, as well as a savior of the town many times over, and slayer of goblins, Clyde Arthur Thimble. So it seems like overall, this group has quite a big spread in terms of its influence. People know their names, call them the Valiant Seven all the time, and they generally seem like good folk. It's hard to really tell, besides like slaying goblins and apparently stopping a plague, what exactly they've done. There's some talks that even they got tangled up with the centaurs, but sort of still up in the air. They seem like they're successful, and at least at the very heart of their deeds, good-willed.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
More or less.
Alright.
I mean, it's gonna be a long way, but might as well get started.
I hope you all did manage to restock on your rations. I didn't have time to get food stores, so I'll be eating iron going out.
I still got quite a bit. I don't know. I got like 11 days or so worth. Y'all good? We ain't got Clyde, so no more good bears.
Oh, I can make good berries.
Oh. I mean, all right then. Yeah. Look, I'll still cook. Just I guess I don't.
Are you happy about that or disappointed about that, Tim?
No, I mean it's good because we don't have to spend as much on food. Just I don't know. I thought I'd try my hand at a couple different things. Hey, it ain't gonna stop me.
Well, you have to get something to cook it, right?
Yeah, I got a whole new set up in Broken Ridge. I'm sort of excited to get
like
using
a
it.
rabbit or something. We don't have any fresh food. What are you going to
Yeah,
cook?
a bit.
We're
okay.
going through the forest. I'm sure we can manage.
Ah, yes, us, the talented hunters of the Valiant. Yeah, let's get on the road.
Alright, we'll get going.
So I'll open up the carriage to all those that want to just ride in the carriage.
Sure. Who's all in the carriage for the little carriage ride?
Oh, I'll get in the carriage.
Yeah.
I paid for that. I paid for like a quarter of that. Yeah, my money's worth.
I'm riding atop my horse.
I'm a horse.
Horse.
Yes,
Your
I
horse
bought
died.
one of the war horses, one of the 3.
Oh yeah, you did.
Oh.
Nice. As you pull out your big meaty horse, almost the size of Greg's, although apparently not quite as strong looking, but apparently, I don't know. Something about Greg's horse seems like unnaturally large and imposing, but still a large and
It's a
powerful
magic horse. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You'll be magic too one day.
I believe
All right.
Once I awaken you.
So we have Javen in the carriage. We have Samantha in the carriage.
I'm driving.
Okay.
Wait, Luna's in the carriage.
Of course. And Quill, are you riding your horse?
Yes.
I'm
Nice.
gonna lead the way since I've been around the Elderbark a bit.
As finding yourselves in your new positions, 3 people on horses, Samantha at the reins of 3 horses standing side by side, and Luna and Javen finding yourselves in this luxurious amount of space inside of the almost empty carriage. The gates are open, you let the guards know you need to leave, and they allow it.
Just do like a double chevron. So we have Persephone on point with Quill and Gregory flanking, and then the 3 horses of the carriage right behind that, and another chevron.
Arrows all the way down.
Nice tight formation.
As you guys make your way out of Oakwell and into the very edge of basically the Elderbark Forest. You find yourselves breaching through the gates, making your way around to the side of town, and eventually, after like about an hour or so, finally not the hour, probably like 10 minutes or so, hitting the edge of the Elderbark, which is something of a very beautiful sight at this time of year. It's no longer spring and it's no longer summer. You find yourselves hitting the edge of autumn, and now the trees are definitely beginning to turn a very particular shade of gold. No longer the bright green of your former intrepid travels. Now you find yourselves wandering through amber golden colored.
It's always so beautiful here.
So today is September 12th, right?
September 12th.
I suppose this reminds you of home.
In a lot of ways, yeah.
And I gotta remind y'all though, never get too complacent or nothing in the Elderbark. Especially when you further south towards this. It always seems like there's something in here.
This is a great place to ambush.
Or get ambushed by a bunch of spirits, and then you smash a box full of potions.
I did Javen on the whole trip when we were coming back from Broken Ridge. That is a thing.
You told me all about everything from goblins all the way up to here.
About the box.
Yep.
Why didn't
told me
you open the box?
I got a battering
I don't
ram.
know. Why don't you ask Samantha and Gregory?
Yeah, that's what I have. The
battery
battery.
ram the box.
Well, we tried to improvise one out of my scepter and his old hammer, but now we don't need to do that. Now we have trusty Smashy here.
Battering ram the box.
There's totally a fucking battering ram rack right behind the carriage seat.
You have the battering ram, Samantha?
Of course.
Of course she did.
We're in a forest.
We're going to fight a witch!
Duh.
Yeah.
Do I even need to say anything else?
Did you not pay attention in Fey Creatures and you? You're good.
Battering ram beats Rich.
Yeah. That way, if she hits you with a hex to turn you into an animal and you have the battering ram on you, the battering ram turns into a ram that then charges at the witch. That's how it works.
As you guys would be looking at your map, sort of just one of you, I'm assuming Quill with your relatively considerable sense of survival, looking through your worldly map, and looks like they're trying to follow the path down the actual road tradeway into the forest and down to this place called Thistle. It looks like it's probably going to be about 3 days on foot. But thankfully you're on a road, so nothing really to abate or stop you. Better than breaking through the woods in this giant carriage, so it gives you a time frame for how long it's going to take to actually get there. Is there anything you guys want to do in particular on the road? Have some conversations?
Yeah, Gregory's actually gonna try to test his skills a little bit with survival, since never really had to with Cloud around. He's not the best at it, but apparently he's proficient in it.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
Apparently. Mostly goes with scavenging and cooking things off the land. He spent a lot of time with not real food, and he had to improvise on a lot of that. Catching wild game, eating rats, and those types of things, but... So he'll basically just be keeping his eyes out for berries and stuff that he can be using for ingredients. If he can see a rabbit or anything on the side of the road, he'll try his hand with a javelin, try to make dinner.
Yeah.
As the cart's a little bit slower, so I can range out further a little bit if I see something worth hunting down.
Okay.
Any points, like when we're stopping to rest, Persephone is going to do little herbal checks, trying to get some reagents and other things of herbal worth for craftings.
Gotcha. Anything else you guys are doing on your basically like your first day or so of travel? Rest of y'all. Greg's looking out for food. Persephone's looking for plants to stop and catch.
Samantha just had a marvelous idea. She is going to, when she has a moment, looks like, there's a decent distance between the two. So, what do you all think of this Quildor fellow? She whispers into the wing.
It's certainly a shift from Clyde. Not like I mean that in a bad, but you go from Clyde and then now you got Quill. That's feels a bit empty. Clyde was full of energy.
It's like the noise level was increased by like 50%. Now we just need to find a way to deal with the other 50%.
What's the other 50%?
I just look at Persephone.
I smile right back
Yeah.
at you, Luna.
I like Quill.
He
But
does seem quite capable.
he's not a Clyde replacement. That's for damn sure.
I don't think anyone was going to be thinking about it that way. I mean, we don't consider you a Paracelsus replacement. You came right after we lost him.
Yeah, that was.
Well, to be fair, I don't consider myself part of your group. I think of myself more as a coattail passenger.
Damn, Javen. Alright.
Interesting.
I don't know. Quill seems like a fine soul. He's a knight once, right? I mean, ain't nobody just become a knight, right?
So, Quildor, have you come around this part of the world before?
No, I've never been this far west.
Oh, wow.
Not really from the forest.
Have you been to Dracoval?
Nope. Just read about it.
It does sound like an interesting place, though rather cold.
That it does. Does surprise me to see one of your kind so far north.
Well, you know. Have to find new opportunities where you can.
So were you running from something, or running to something?
Most days, a little bit of both.
I can respect that.
What about you? You don't seem to stay in a place for too long. Well, for humans, it's a pretty decent time. But for you, 50 years is what? A week?
Depends on the elf and what they've been through.
I never was able to travel when I was younger. Suppose it's the silver lining of being banished.
Banished.
How, if you don't mind, Quill, how did all of that come about?
Well, it was the War of Independence.
Okay,
I was,
so that
what?
was really recent for you then.
120 some years ago. How old are you, Persephone?
I'm going to be 21 soon, so I'm not way before my time.
Just kind of looks you over. Your father. He's the elf.
That's really weird. How can you just tell?
It's in the eyebrows.
I have
Most half-elves don't have as nearly excitable eyebrows. If you spend enough time around purebloods, you can tell.
Well, I mean, I grew up in Illyria. I guess I just didn't really pay too much attention.
Were you far to the west in Illyria?
Not too deep. I guess We're right outside of... I have the name. We're right to the east of Eridan's Crown.
Ah. God, do I know about that city?
Well, Eridan's Crown is basically one of the halves of this large circular mountain range, at which the center of which is nestled the capital of the entirety of Valyria. So basically, there's these two massive halves. They look like these large crowns. One that would go on one person's head, one on the other. And on the eastern side is the crown that apparently her home is not too far away from. Large mountain.
You near the capital.
Close enough to the capital, yeah. We're a small city. So it's not... Well, we came out from Broken Ridge recently, so it's nothing compared to that, but it's still a sight to behold.
Did your father fight in the war?
No, not my father. He stayed home. He had other matters to attend to.
Of course. Well, the Dorr family is known as protectors. Ever since we first came over to this land, we would protect other nobles, those of higher birth. We were known as the Shields of Zamaria. When war broke out, I had the honor and distinction of protecting Lord Dawnsong's son. Unfortunately, I underestimated his goal. He thought it would be wise to run off into battle headlong by himself. I should have anticipated his boldness. I should have found a way to stop him from running into pure suicide. I did my best. I strayed and fought and cut down dozens of enemies to get to him. But I failed in protecting the Lord's eldest son. And in his boldness, he lost his right hand. And I lost the right and honor to call myself a protector.
I'm sorry that happened to you.
There's nothing to be sorry about. I failed in my duty.
Well, that's in the past, no? I mean, I'm sure it shapes you, to who you are now. Who you are now will shape you who you are in the future. Don't let it weigh on you too much.
Elves have a very long, nearly as long as they life.
I mean, I don't mean to be an ass about it, but I'm sort of relieved. There's a lot of folks coming into Oakwell. Ain't got as honorable a story as yours. A lot of people looking to be adventurous things showing up because they got banished or something, but it's a lot uglier reasons than that. Sound like you just, doing what you trying to do. I can respect that. Hell, and I know what it means to not exactly get it right all the time.
You definitely seem principled, which is why you carry that guilt, I assume. Well, you'll make for a good and trustworthy adventurer then. How'd you come across Ava? Did you just stumble into town, or did you know her?
Or did Ava stand outside her door and wave you in?
Well, can't help but be a little homesick from time to time. When you find another elf, you tend to seek them out. I found not too many of the men of this land know Elvish. Sometimes you just want to speak it. And pretend for at least a little while that you're home.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. And that the mention of home and all this talk of where we've come from, Persephone takes out this amulet she keeps around her neck. She opens it up, and for a brief moment she sees her reflection, and then her reflection turns instead to almost a family portrait. So she can see a little bit of home. She just picks it up again and focuses on the road ahead.
Well, assuming I don't get smited out of existence for asking this question, what are we going to call ourselves?
Hell.
I'm sure y'all can figure that out.
This
Your
feels
group.
terribly familiar, Samantha. No. Javen, Quill, you do not understand. We spent the entire day talking about this.
Let us not repeat that. Let us make it short and simple. I'm definitely in favor of keeping Valiant. I know Jody has already done efforts to try to make our name noteworthy. I think I might assist her in that going forward, actually. But I do not want to attach a number to it again. You never know how our ranks might swell in the future.
I mean,
Well,
we got plenty of time. I figure we could probably come up with something by the time we get to town.
maybe we'll
How
have
about
to
Really don't really want to talk about it right now.
I
have found that.
have a terrible idea, and I'm disgusted with myself that I even thought about it, but we just stay the Valiant Seven, and we say the seventh member is always the people that we're helping, because they can be heroes just like us.
I like that.
I vomit.
Dry heaves.
Did you buy
Vomit yourself up a D100 roll.
Did you buy a dairy farm since last I saw you?
Oh, no,
don't
that's
know
not
if
the
that- I
right.
don't know if that's
That's
black.
no, that just rolled a 1.
You rolled 1d100.
There you go.
Okay. Good shit.
Luna, that is quite profound and wise.
I know, I hate it.
Why?
Proud of you, Luna.
Why?
I do not know what I would do without you, Luna. That is excellent. Though, I will say you should be the one to tell Jody that same sentiment. And I do so look forward to it.
I'll say Gregory said it, it's fine. She'll believe
Yeah, I vote for
one.
that, but I'm gonna vote that Luna's gotta explain it to everybody when we come up to somebody and they say,
Yeah,
but there's only 6 of you fellas.
Yes. It has to be Luna. It was your idea. You have to take credit.
Well, that's got my vote.
I'm not one to rock the carriage.
Yeah.
What a curse.
How valiant of her.
I know.
Yeah. I like.
What say you, God? Is that sufficient?
I ain't naming you fucks.
Well, let's go kill a witch.
Yep.
Okay.
Good to get.
You guys proceed to travel down this long path. You guys make it a little further after the first day. You guys had to pick a night to basically set up camp, but fortunately you're on this wide path and you guys have yourself a carriage. If essentially you guys wanted to basically bunker down inside the carriage to get out of some of the whatever weather may be inclement. Seems like the skies are still sort of overcast. There's sort of a sign of rain coming. You guys can basically hide inside the carriage or find like a little place under the trees to sort of get out of the weather. But the first night, nothing really happens. It seems like a nice, basically, evening back in the forest with no monsters, no deadly diseases, no goblins hiding in the trees, just nature. If not an abundance of nature.
Do I find any animals that we could kill? For
Sure.
Gregory's
As
cooking?
Persephone and Gregory give me survival checks. And if James or if Quill, if you're hunting too. Yeah. As Greg, you're kind of eager to go using some of your old skills. You haven't gone hunting or foraging in a while, especially. You did have some skills when you were younger, when your dad sort of pulled you out to basically teach you in case money finally ran out and it was time to go step into the wilderness to get some food for yourself. You do have some of those skills remaining, but you've been somewhat pampered by a very generous and very skilled Catman for many months. Persephone, as you're going out foraging for plants, it's actually kind of surprising. You find an abundance of plants all around you, especially these really bright red-capped mushrooms. You kind of have to identify them. They just look like regular toadstools of sorts, but they're everywhere. Some of them even seem to be almost growing up the sides of trees until they reach the base. But they're in abundance, and you basically gather about 100 GP worth of them. Just bundles and bundles of red-capped mushrooms. And
they are normal mushrooms, right?
Yeah, they're basically just regular toadstools. They're just bright. 100.
100.
And Quill going out using your very well trained, very well honed sense of survival, having traveled these intrepid lands by yourself and knowing exactly where to look for these sort of provisions. It's kind of a comfort. This is a human forest, and you're not really too accustomed to them, but it's the way it borders the Illyrian forest that there is sort of a sense of being back home. As you're able to basically skulk around, get off your horse for a while when people are taking a break, go skulk through the trees. And where Gregory has trouble, you have really none. You basically can find a place where it looks like you can even find like rabbits hopping around. Looks like some of them are getting ready for the coming winter in time. You see squirrels gathering like nuts and other sorts of provisions. And even off in the distance, if you're very careful, you can find deer. Is there anything you're particularly hunting for? Or are you just going for rabbits?
I'm gonna go for a deer.
Okay. As in the distance you see deers hopping around, how do you hunt them?
Well, probably foolishly. Trying to probably sneak up on them and throw a javelin at them.
All right. Very carefully sneaking your way around and trying to slip past some of the brush around.
If I was hunting, I would have took my armor off.
Okay, sure.
Mark it on the calendar.
The armor just explodes off your body.
Yeah, well, you guys are taking a break. You see Quill put his hand in the center of his armor, and there's a sort of weird metallic sound. Somewhat similar to when Gregory gets struck by a very harsh blow, but this time it doesn't sound quite as dire. And instead, as he smacks his chest, the pieces of armor start to fall and crumble from his body, and you see Quill almost literally walk out of his plate mail.
Who was that?
That is
Right over there, Quill.
I'm fine.
Quill, give me a stealth check. As you're skulking up on some of these deer. Ooh, and you are used to this. You finally get to a point where you think this is a decent distance. There's nothing in the way. There's a clear shot. You find this like very ample looking doe that are walking between the trees, and you ready a javelin and flies to the air, stacks it in the side, as it lets out a quick cry before it just crumples to the ground dead. As you cut yourself a pretty big meal.
I'll just haul it up on my shoulder and walk it back to camp.
Oh yeah, this thing's a bit heavy, but you're a strong man. Even with your normal elven physique, you are considerably muscular and carry great strength behind you. As shortly after leaving, Quill comes back and has plenty of meat to work with.
Oh damn!
Nice.
That'll feed us for the trip. Guess we're getting venison tonight.
Fresh meat is fresh meat. I look forward to what it is you whip up, Timberson.
See
So
what I
start
can come
putting
up
the armor back on.
It comes off so easily, but once it comes to donning it, it takes the normal amount of time. You're basically refastening the strap. Says, Gregory, you trying to cook something special, or you just took it over a fire?
I'm not cooking anything super special. I'm actually spending a lot of the time trying to preserve some of the meat. I'm just salting big old slabs of it so it'll last for the. Since it seems like we got real lucky, and he doesn't want to risk it just in case we don't find anything else that's that easy.
Sure. Let's see.
But mostly just fixing venison steaks and the like.
Okay. Yep, the deer was a pretty decent size, and so effectively, as you start carving it up carefully, trying to preserve most of the meat, you have enough time. You're not like in a hurry or anything, so you can take away most of the edible parts, the parts that you don't really have to boil down and to make it chewable. You end up getting quite a few flanks, and eventually, I'd say you get yourself about in total from this dough about 20 or so pounds of just meat.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Ration
Okay.
that over the trip. Eat about. We have 6 of us.
Sure.
Like half a pound a day or so. Or a meal, rather. So like a pound a day of service for 3 days.
Sure. As you end up using your little bag of special seasonings, as well as some of that you carry with you in your special chef kit, I suppose.
Yeah.
Able to salt the meat just ensure to make sure it's preserved. Ensure that the group will have food.
My little pouch. A special little pouch. Little pouch.
Actually, use your little pouch to help basically season and salt your meat, and yeah, give yourself a considerable amount of food for the next few days. Is there anything else you guys want to do? Basically, the day would continue on to the next.
Yeah, Persephone's gonna craft a couple things. She's got these nice little glowy mushrooms. For lumen bombs, is that something she needs to continuously work on, or can she start it, stop it, and then just work on it as she goes?
For a lumen bomb, you could stop it from time to time. You do have some tools that allow you to basically grow on the go. There's not much growing to do, but essentially this stuff you're not really having to preserve or anything. It's pretty rudimentary how to make it. So you can probably make it over time. Work on part of it one day, work on part of it the next.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna spend little bits between each day's working on it.
Okay.
Quill's just gonna kind of observe her. What are you doing?
I found these glowing mushrooms that are usually prominent around Illyria, lumen caps, and they can be really useful for if you can't really see an enemy. And I was thinking, since, well, if we're fighting a magic user, they can be a little tricky. Just want to be prepared, and sometimes it's better to have resources that aren't entirely reliant on magic.
Where did you learn to make such crafts?
My druid teacher, he lived in the forest near my home city. I ran into him when I was out walking around one day, and I inquired about what he was researching, and he kindly took me in and taught me everything I know.
He took you in.
Well, as, a teacher.
He wasn't paid for.
No.
Interesting.
Well, Erdosov was very kind, and I'm thankful, because if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be with the Valiant 7 now, and I wouldn't be able to do everything that I can do.
Quill, just keep riding.
Yep, and eventually, as the day reaches an end, you guys find yourselves camping next to your little caravan with some food in hand. Looks like Persephone's gathered some things while she's been out and about. And you guys get yourselves a pretty decent night's sleep. Only real person who has anything that's sort of, I don't know, maybe out of the ordinary slightly would be you, Persephone. As back in the forest, you've been away in the hills for quite some time. There is a sense of connection. You can feel it almost starting in your arms, sort of familiar tingle, surrounded by plants and all sorts of lively nature. And you end up having something that you really haven't had since your days in Illyria, something that has stood out to you as almost a defining trait as a person. You have a dream. Kind of a quiet dream. There's really nothing detailed about it, which is possibly why it's so strange. Everything just seems to be dark. It's like you're staring off into the night sky, but there's no clouds. There's no plants, there's no trees. Everything is just oddly quiet, almost surreal. And it's in these dreams where you realize, as Erisov has always taught you, that you find yourselves in a lucid state where you realize you are dreaming. It's what defines you as a druid. The only thing that really pops out and makes itself known to you in this moment is the falling of something beautiful, something almost hypnotic. White and bright, but for strange reasons, not cold. You find yourself in a vast field of darkness, watching only the snowfall.
Look at that.
I start taking steps forward.
Yeah, you just walk forward into the darkness. You can basically barely make out your hands. They're just almost swallowed by shadow, in the same way when you find yourselves in the middle of the night, surrounded by this hearth that helps protect the light from anyone's eyes. You barely make out your own form, and you can see the snow landing and touching on your hands and scattering like powder, but it is not cold. It falls gently. You don't really feel anything as you're walking through it. And as you look to the ground just beneath your feet, you can see it piling up around your bare steps, but you can't make out the ground. But at the far distance, you do see almost like something like a soft light. The sort of orange glow that sort of wavers to and fro.
Hello? I go towards it.
You walk closer, you begin to hear something amidst the strange sound. It almost sounds like a growl as you approach. It's loud, it's strong, it's powerful, and the light begins to grow bigger and wider, and features are defined, and you see not a beast before you. You see this glorious, roiling sea of flames. And wrapped around in every bundle of this inferno, you see, looks like the remains of some sort of building. Looks like the base of something, almost like trees in the midst of a heavy forest fire. And as you approach the edge, the sound of the fire becomes prominent to you. And focus at the center, almost like the heart of this great flame, you see a large and very familiar shape risen above and blooming with this infernal flower, as you are watching Thistle burn to the ground. And at the center, where trees once stood tall, this large effigy of this humanoid creature falling in tatters, the fingers and limbs curling in on themselves until it is nothing but a tangled mess. And just when you get close enough, the light becomes powerful and blooming. You make out another shade of darkness just before you, far off, a humanoid shape standing before the inferno. It's undefined, hard to see what it is. Just a single person. Almost looks like they're either staring at you or staring at the beauty of this destruction.
Persephone takes a moment, shocked, staring at it, and she needs to know more, so she approaches. She approaches the figure. She needs to know who's standing there and why.
As you're walking forward, just trying to figure out who this person is, all around you, you can hear, like, within the crackling, almost like a laugh, or maybe just a growl of something. Just the single word being chanted over and over again. Witch. 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 And it begins to become this cacophony of voices. Witch. Witch. And as you get closer, you can see this long head of hair flowing down the middle of this person's back. All covered, almost like gray in scale, as if the same color as, well, no longer snow falling around you. Sort of, it looks like a womanly shape, hidden beneath, looks like some harsh cloth, almost some of it transparent, seen through the flames. It looks like an older woman with long silver hair. But she does not turn toward you. You can tell she's facing away into the fire, and the voices become louder. Witch! Witch, witch, witch. Let it burn. Witch, witch, witch. It will all go. Witch.
No. No. And it just not wanting to feel helpless. She needs to do something. She just screams at the fire and tries to use her magic, whatever magic she can summon to put it out. Waves, water, a storm, something.
As you pull upon your magic, you feel it calling. Like your magic is still with you in this moment. You still have this connection with nature, although it's painful, as that nature you're calling upon is in great agony. And when you call out, the head suddenly turns to face you, and you see the eyes, the face of fear and confusion of Marjorie Haynes. And the dream immediately is pulled away, as it almost looks like the ashes falling from the sky around you pile in these great storms, like a whirlwind, like a cyclone of ashes, until it all just pulls away. It's not like you wake up, Persephone, but it's like if someone just pulled you out of this dream and you're awake once.
And I'm awake.
You're awake.
Persephone, are you alright?
She's staring like wide-eyed, like directly up from her. We need to get to Thistle. We need to hurry to Thistle. I think she's breathing really hard, and her mind is racing. And Persephone is really good at talking fast, but in this moment, it's like she can't get the words out. She's trying to say something, but something's not connecting. Something's not clicking.
Slow down, Persephone. What is it?
No. Thistle. It was. I don't. A premonition.
You saw something.
She nods slowly,
Our
quietly.
people have been known to see things. Has this happened to you before?
I used to have these nightmares before I left home, but it didn't feel quite like this. I don't know if I saw something that is to come or something that's already happened. No, we need to go to Thistle.
We will be there in 1 day's time. What did you see? Is it under attack?
I saw Thistle on fire, and I heard talking about a witch, but it wasn't the witch that we were hunting. Not Baba Ima. It was a friend.
but it doesn't make any sense. I checked in on her before we had left towards Broken Ridge. She was fine. Shay said she was fine. Everything was supposed to be fine, and then it looks like this is on, and everything was
He's just
fine,
gonna put his hands on Persephone. Calm down, child. If a city is on fire, we should smell it by now. We will go, and we will check in on this friend.
Yeah.
How late into the night is
It seems like it's about like 1 in the morning by this time. Decided to take maybe an earlier watch just so you can enjoy some being with nature again. And this time, it again, it honestly doesn't even feel like you were asleep at that point. It feels like you were right there with it happening, and now you just got pulled out of it, and now you're back in your body.
I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I'm awake and freaked out and it's fresh in my mind. I'm going to pull out my journal and I'm just going to start scribbling it all down.
Everything's on fire!
Everything is awesome!
Gotcha.
It would certainly be unfortunate if the entire town was on fire.
That's always an understatement.
Right, Persephone. Memories are often best documented right after the dream.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull Samantha to the side. Tell me about this friend. Do we have need to worry?
She kind of narrows her eyes and just looks down to the right. She puts a hand to her chin, and she seems to like almost just go completely still like a statue. She seems to be genuinely contemplating that. Possibly, but not likely. This individual we're going to rescue from the witch, more or less, is... Well, she has a touch of magic to her herself, but it is magic she does not have great control over. I do not know what it exactly Persephone saw in her dream, but I do know one thing for sure. Witches, especially this one, served at the behest of a fiend, and, well, fiends are nothing if not a source of corruption. So, if this thing is trying to get its claws into her or what have you, that I do not know, but it is possible.
Considering nature has gone wild, perhaps so has her magic inside of her.
Perhaps. Though, as I kind of try to recall our travels throughout the day, did it seem like there were a host of animals and stuff in the Elderbark itself?
Oh yeah. It seems like as you're watching from the carriage, not quite as many as in Swarmed as they are in Oakwell, probably because that was a walled town. But there were swaths of animals all around. Like seemed like Goldor didn't have too much trouble finding something. Greg, a little slumbering in his foot, couldn't really find any animals that would stick around close enough. But otherwise, yeah, like plenty of birds in the trees. Looks like, I guess you saw some rabbits. Apparently, Quill got a deer. You weren't particularly looking out for animals, but yeah, you noticed quite a few of them. Especially considering your last through a couple intrepid adventures throughout the Elderbark where there was none.
Yeah. It was desolate.
If she's been corrupted, is our task to save her or to release her?
Knowing this group, it is most certainly to save her.
Duly noted.
Okay. But besides that terrifying episode for Persephone, the rest of the night goes on unabated. Sounds of nature continue on through the evening, and eventually morning comes. Seems like you guys are probably ready to go back on the road.
Oh, y'all.
Rise and shine.
Good morning.
Ooh.
It's good to get in.
Persephone's just gonna quietly mount her horse and lead the way.
I'll be closely behind her, just keeping an eye on her.
Okay. So you guys mount your horses. Everyone probably slept in the carriage, stretches out, enjoying a bit of luxury for once in the woods, and joins the world of travel. Although, seems like probably Javen and Luna are probably enjoying keeping off their feet, just sitting and waiting to get to where they need to go, preserving their strength for possible battles to come.
Or maybe Javen's just relaxing.
Or that he's just hanging out.
He's day drinking. Come on.
Javen's drunk. He's always drunk.
Okay. As you guys basically make it quite some good time, as finally it seems like the winding part of the path of this forest road has come to an end, and it seems like it's mostly a straight shot until that final curve. Basically, you guys doing a straight line. Probably a pretty quiet travel for you guys.
Well, with the road straightening, Persephone just kind of quietly makes her horse go a little faster. And using psychology of horses, the horses behind her should probably go faster too. Just, let's speed up the pace just quietly.
Oh yeah, you try to pick up the pace a little bit, just every once in a while nudging the horse to go a little bit faster than usual. Other horses try to follow in line, although the problem is you see the 3 horses that Samantha's keeping control of are keeping a relatively decent pace. Not particularly the fastest horses, and they're basically walking together. Hard for horses to go faster than usual when they're tethered to one another.
Persephone,
Make good
I
pace.
know you're in a rush, but the carriage cannot keep up at this pace.
Why so fast, child?
I'm just really eager to get the thistle.
Got excited, huh? I suppose old friends, whatnot.
Yeah.
Have you not told them?
Quill, you see Persephone. She doesn't look at you. She just stays quiet and still. She just keeps her horse going on the trail.
As you guys make some pretty good time, basically get to the later afternoon. Persephone probably on super harsh watch, looking out for any signs. Down the road, smoke rising from the trees, danger. Things seem pretty calm, pretty collected. The only thing that really stands out really are, as you're getting closer down to this part of the forest, the animals, especially now you, Samantha, keeping an eye out, animals are really getting kind of dense. The trees are actually quite thickly filled with different types of birds. Some of them just tastefully, these large, black-feathered, thick-beaked ravens and crows. They sort of turn their eyes towards you, letting out little caws, but they don't seem to really do anything to stop the path. A couple of them do end up, flying down and, resting on the back of the cart for a bit, but they don't stay long, apparently. They're just sort of hanging around. The ground around you, I kind of figured. Because they're going to just drop dead to the ground.
Anything that touches the cart, any raven that touches the cart just dies.
Mm-hmm. And Persephone, with your sharp eyes, give me a perception check.
That is morbid.
Yeah, you're literally watching birds land on the carriage. And they just drop dead.
Leaving a trail of dead birds behind us.
Oh God, Samantha, no!
As Persephone, you're looking between the trees, trying to find some sort of sign, something bad going on, smoke. Not a whole lot really stands out to you, except for maybe just like the weird, almost like the bark itself is shifting along the trees until you realize, oh, there's just insects. There's a lot of insects in these trees. And then, just softly in the distance, you hear the sound almost like a conversation. Speaking. Looking around off into the trees, down the path, but you don't really see anyone. You just hear like this low, almost like a deep voice, like, oh.
Is it further down the forest or in the tree?
It seems like it's sort of down the path, but it sort of spreads out through the surrounding tree lines. You're about like 100 feet away from it, but hard to see.
And Persephone's gonna start slowing down. I hear something up ahead.
What is it?
What?
Voices? But I can't tell if it's friendly or what.
Can you tell what they're saying or what language they're speaking?
No, it's a little too far off, but I can hear them.
Javen, Luna, it may be advantageous for you to be outside of the carriage.
Do you have windows?
They have two small windows, basically on each side.
Just shoot fireballs out windows.
I was hoping there's also like a sort of like how you have with limos, the little thing but separating the driver from the inside.
I mean, they're basically completely separated. The outside seat is basically its own thing, and then there's the whole inside area.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, it's one of Jordan's carriages, so there's like a turret with a 50 cal machine gun up on top.
Yep. No, I just been. I know it's outside of the carriage.
It's like completely separate. Like if you turn around, you'd see the front of the carriage. You wouldn't see them inside.
Yeah, the help's not allowed to look inside.
How are the people in the carriage supposed to tell the driver what to do?
The windows.
There's doors. You can hear inside unless you want to soundproof this thing.
No, I don't.
You're buying a large, luxurious, noble carriage. You think people want to be seen inside? They got little windows for peeking out. But yeah.
Stretch the old leg.
I mean, we figure they just people up ahead. They be heading all.
Is it in a language, Persephone?
Right now it's just mumbles. I literally can only hear, like, I just know there are voices up ahead, I just don't know their sources.
Alright, well, let us continue down the path. There is little to... Well, not necessarily little to fear, but I doubt it is a problem. And even if it is, it's one that we can most certainly handle.
Yeah.
And if they people come from Thistle, maybe we can ask them about, all the frogs and birds and.
Yeah, maybe.
I'll bet they're not going to be too happy if something's happening over there.
Just press on down the road like we were doing. Keep your eyes peeled, and we'll engage whatever we see.
Right.
You begin to wander further. Oh, or
I can fly ahead.
You can what?
They wouldn't notice a raven or a crow, that is
There are birds everywhere.
exactly why they would not notice one.
Yeah, let's see, what do I got? I got burbs.
sure.
Get my burb list out.
Let's see, blue burb, green burb, red burb.
We'll go with penguin. Is that a good flyer?
So Persephone just wild shapes right off her horse and flies
Okay.
past the voices.
Look at
What kind of
that.
bird do you turn into?
It doesn't get any more not weird the more I see it.
Yeah.
Well, she is looking to be inconspicuous, so she looks for the birds that are around the Elderberg, but aren't ravens, because she wants to be a little more sensitive to Samantha's phobias. So let's see.
That must have been one hell of a teacher.
I mean, she said a while ago she couldn't turn into things that could fly. I thought she getting better at it.
Maybe she was holding back on us.
Maybe.
That's a thought.
It is a wonder what more worldly experience will do for you.
As you turn into a bird of some sort, and you fly off head of the path, about 50 feet, 100 feet, still flying forward. You can hear some more of these sounds. That's like, you do hear the sound of people talking, almost like in a casual conversational way. This deep, like, oh, you're doing well. You don't seem to be moving. Oh, you poor thing. Poor little thing. Are you okay? Oh, don't worry. The sweet mother will take care of you. Don't worry. But you're looking around, and you don't see anyone. You just see trees.
Is there a direction the voice is coming from?
Sounds like it's coming from the surrounded wildlife, but you just see the wildlife.
They're saying poor little thing. So is there anything that looks injured or like a plant that looks like it's wilting?
Give me a perception check.
Okay, now I do need a burb token probably for this.
You share your own you share your mental scores, so it's just yours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can just roll your perception.
As you're looking around in the surrounding brush,
Might have advantage though. A lot of burbs have advantage on sight.
if you're looking with, you're just a normal
Depends
little
on the
Tweety bird.
bird.
You're just a normal
Yeah.
Tweety bird. Yeah, you're
You
just
need
no
to
Tweety.
specify that you are an owl. Otherwise
That's why I was
you're
asking, what kind of
cheating.
bird are you?
Oh, you're right. Because I was looking for a burbalist because it was like my last minute idea. So I was like, oh god, what would I be?
You're like a
But owls are
falcon or something.
nocturnal, so it doesn't. Yeah, you're like a hawk, probably. Yeah.
As Screeching Persephone flies forward, looking around. Give me another roll.
Right.
Mm.
19.
Okay, that's 19.
Yep, as you're looking around, again, all you see are plants. Hold on. You looking around in the surrounding trees, these bright colored autumn woods, you see, looks like something slender moving up and around, almost like a serpent, like it's coiling around something, and then you see a boot inside the thick of one of these trees, and it's sort of like it's wrapping around him.
The tree is wrapping around the boot.
Something inside that tree is wrapping around that boot,
Okay, I'm going to
and the
invest.
boot's kind of kicked.
Are there any birds on that tree? Does that tree look like?
Not really. It's kind of hard to tell. There's lots of leaves on it, but it doesn't seem like there's anything really supposed to be in it.
I want to get a closer look at this weird phenomena of man-eating tree.
Sure. You sort of in the air, flapping around, see one of these trees, see a foot sticking out from inside, and you fly a little further. And then as you get close, suddenly the trees around you begin to stir, and they're being shaken from the branches. And this swarm of black comes flying out towards you. Ah, ah, ah! As you are surrounded by, it looks like just a flock of crows and ravens. It's completely surrounding you, pecking and scratching out at your form.
I'm gonna try to fly away. That's not good.
As immediately veer around as these things start chasing you, pursuing you for a bit of time before eventually dispersing about like 100 feet or so. You guys watch as Persephone flies off in the distance, spend some time there, and then she comes flying back with this sea of black.
Do we hear the fucking murder behind her?
Oh yeah. This like swarm of like 20 or 30 birds, making about like falling after her real quick before they suddenly just like spread out in like a sea and then return off into the surrounding area.
Do any of them get within range?
Nope, she's flying in the air. You're watching in the sky. You're watching. Is he within range of my sword?
I was kind of
friends, I guess.
And then I'm going to
I
land
doubt
on my
it based
saddle
on what
and
it was saw.
turn back into me. There is a man-eating tree up ahead.
What?
Okay.
That's the elder bark for you.
Wait, is it's eating a man right now?
No. I think this is out of context. But there were voices. I didn't see anybody. I think it was coming from a tree. And it didn't sound like it was threatening. Almost, I guess it was supposed to take care of him.
It was a little ambiguous, but there was a boot sticking out of a tree, and when I went to go check it out, that's when all the crows tried to attack me. So I
Well,
think
then
probably
we should
over
go
there and see what's
check it
going on.
out.
Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, alright. What the hell?
Does
Oh,
she
Neil, yep.
always talk so fast?
Start galloping off?
He's young.
I motion the carriage forward.
Okay.
Going forward.
As
Keeping
you
my
guys
eyes
make-
peeled.
I fly into the sky.
You guys make your way forward. Some of you back on your horses. Samantha on driving the carriage forward. Yep, you get about to the area where you are, where you do notice up in the trees, you see tons and tons of these ravens are sort of gathered in these great swarms. And then around you hear the sounds of a voice calling out, multiple voices all around you. Some of them a little closer than before, quiet until you pass them, almost like someone was fighting their voice. Just these deep, gravelly voices. So, looks like we have more passengers. Oh, I love more passengers. Sweet mother will be so happy. Hello, passengers. Welcome to the Sweet Mother's Forest. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, actually. Thanks for asking. How are you doing, disembodied boy?
Doing fine. As you're listening closer now, you guys can hear the sound of this like crackling wood. And Luna, with your especially sharp gaze, looking out the window of the carriage, you can see where these things are starting to talk to your party outside. Parts of the bark are actually splitting open, and this like jagged crack along begins to open and flap like a mouth, as it looks like the trees are talking to you. And then you look up, and inside some of these trees, you see people bound in branches, most of them wrapping around their extremities, and some of them up over their faces. They don't seem like they're able to make a sound, and they're kind of like writhing a little bit, trying to move, but they're not. They look like they can't really move.
The trees are eating people.
What? What are you talking about? Hey, who's saying
Look
that?
up.
What in the hell?
I see.
Have I heard any tales of trees such as this, trees that can speak and are apparently carnivorous?
Kind of. You do know that in dark places of certain forests, especially those that have been tainted by some evil magic, there are trees, plants even, that just come alive and start killing things. You fought some long before, these just things that look like humans. Not quite ones that seem to be speaking kindly to people, unless they're weird, twisted, lying trees. These things, at least from their demeanor, don't seem particularly harmful with your high passive insight. What really does stand out is just these look like trees gifted with a touch of magic, whether nefarious or kind. They look like they've been blessed by the magic of awakening, given life and sentience where life and sentience once wasn't before.
What do the people wrapped up look like?
They look sort of twisted now that Luna's sort of pointing them out for you guys. They look like they're sort of in these like mangled positions, just held together. They look like branches all wrapped around them. You can see someone
What do
trying
their
to pull
clothes
it.
look like?
Hard to tell. Looks like a lot of them wearing like a straight up cloth, pieces maybe leather. Hard to really see. Most of them are up like 15 feet in trees, surrounded
Does
by
it look
brush
alive?
and branches. Certainly seem to be moving.
Here we go, get them down. Shit.
Hold on a second. Tree.
Would you kindly
I
let
guess.
the people go, Mr. Tree?
Well, why do you have him up there, Mr. Tree? If we could ask.
Walking down a path, and they heard us talking, and we decided we'd like to show them to the sweet mother. She loves children so very much. But then they started yelling, and one thing led to another, and now we're just calming them down.
So you wanted mother who loves children.
So who's the sweet mother?
So you
She sounds
were
like a
trying
lovely
to-
person.
Is
Tell me
you-
more about the sweet mother.
Get fucked.
By any chance, Baba Ima?
I don't know,
No?
but she is the sweet mother. That is as much as we know, and she loves children. But they don't seem to like holding still too much. They're writhing and worming around.
I draw my sword.
Purse.
Perhaps we can take them for you.
Oh, we can take you to see the sweet mother. There's plenty of room on board. As you see branches reaching out like snakes towards you. Take
Of course.
No, that's okay. That's
Brace
okay.
yourselves.
Well, I mean, we tried diplomacy, I guess.
I don't think they know quite what they're doing, so let's save the people.
As I dismount my horse.
I mean,
Well,
go
damn
with
time.
the taxi version. You know, just taxi straight to Baba Ema.
I'm pulling out my battle axe and
You
I'm
are
fucking
just
charging
full
this
of
tree.
impeccable logic these days. That's just 2 for 2.
Why are you pulling out your steel?
As I take out my scepter and conjure forth my green bow, we will not be going to see the sweet mother. And neither will all of these people you've taken. You can put them down, or you can, well, die. This is your final warning. I recommend you listen to my suggestion.
I've never died before. Have you died before? I can't say I've died before at all.
As I'm gonna
Can't
cast
say I died before.
suggestion.
On which one? There's a lot of them?
The closest.
Okay.
One of 1,000.
Section. Straight back. Okay.
Do?
Okay. And maybe we should hear them out. They seem like nice people. Well, they do have swords. I don't think the sweet mother likes swords. Especially bright ones like that one. As a big branch points out towards the one it seems like Quill's holding in his hand as he dismounts his horse.
Quill, put it away.
Yeah, I hate swords. Don't swords suck? I'm sure Baba, the sweet mother, hates.
I'll slide it back in my sheath.
The sweet mother doesn't like swords.
Or axes, right?
I don't know. I just know she doesn't like swords. Don't know why.
Okay. Well, I guess, Gregory, you can keep your axe out.
Are we really doing this?
Yes.
I mean, if they give
You
us,
seeing this?
if
I
they
point up at the
give us
twisted,
the
mangled
people-
bodies in the sky.
Yeah, but you want to literally fight an entire acre of forest.
Yeah, I don't think it would be
I
wise
was trying to
fight
get the
forest.
people out of their branches, Gregory. Who knows what might happen to them as we're hacking them to pieces?
You're very loud, Samantha. I say that into my ring.
You, as nearby, Gregory, you're looking at one of the trees where it looks like this man clad in robes and looks like something of like a tunic around his head is looking down at you. You can actually see his eyes wide as saucers. And you can tell why they're squirming and trying to move around. All across his body, rolling around. Not the branches holding him still, but the things clinging to him. You see insects. Spiders, centipedes, all sorts of things. And the tree sort of turns and looms your way. Will you
What are you gonna do? Then do it now.
As this long tendril reaches out towards you, about 10 feet or so, towards you and Nero.
What did he say?
Will you climb me?
Well,
Oh god, Clyde's wet dream.
looks like we're going to have to kill all the trees. As I just prepare to cast Eldritch Blast.
Alright.
Oh man.
And with that, I'm going to have to ask
Nice.
y'all to roll me some.
Now, obviously, Luna casts Fireball and kills the people inside the trees because, you know, that's what you do.
Fuck, I wasn't. I selected my token on the other map. I didn't have it selected on this one. Okay, so let's just. Boop.
And I petition for no more talking enemies. All they can do is screech in maddening tones.
Gonna climb them.
But then every fight will just be roll initiative, and that's no fun.
Gonna climb.
Yeah, that's what Tuesday night's for.
Exactly.
Maybe we don't even have to completely fight the trees. Let's just get the people out of them and go.
Yeah, but then they'll kill more people that come behind us. If they are servants of the Sweet Mother, then they must be vanquished. Simple enough, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we can all inference what the Sweet Mother.
Thank God trees aren't fast.
Fox.
Okay, as Samantha, your magic is being conjured. What do you do?
I quickly drop concentration on suggestion, seeing as that was superfluous. Thankfully, it doesn't cost me anything to cast it. Do I have a thing that lets me grab that guy? I do not believe so. So I will just do what I do best. Seeing... This one's also alive, right? It doesn't have a health bar.
They all look like they're alive. They're just surrounded by brush and wrapped up in branches.
No, not
the
the
tree.
tree.
The tree.
Yeah.
Okay. The tree doesn't have a health bar, that's why.
Okay, come on.
Is he the
I gave
bad
you a
tree,
health
or
bar.
is he like still suggested?
There he is. He's angry.
Nah.
Looks like the one. He's probably the one that's still under your magic if you still have it up.
Okay. Yeah, fuck it. Nah, we'll kill him. As I still drop concentration, and as a bonus action, I will throw a hex on that dude. On the tree.
I'm sick now.
As I will drain its strength away. Just
You see the branches beginning to thin across its body, the roots becoming smaller. I don't feel so good.
How close are you, Gregory? I'm assuming you're gonna go for this one, right? So...
He's the guy covered in bugs, right?
Oh yeah.
They're all covered
Looks
in
like I'm
bugs.
wheeling Nero in that direction.
Okay. So I will not boop him then, as I will fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at him, at the tree. Aiming for, like,
Okay.
the trunk.
Okay, yeah, you're blasting at the trunk. Both of those will connect. Each one pounds into its body. That takes damage. How much damage, we shall see.
Hex on, there we go.
Ooh, 9 plus 13. 22 damage, nice. As you see where the magic is striking in the bark, chunks of it are just being blasted apart. Nice. Chunks of it just flying away until part of its body, it looks like a huge part of it that's just gone now, this huge mass. As you see it sort of coiling and bending as if it were a wound. Oh, that also felt worse!
Oh, that's it for me.
Alright. And all around you, almost like a response to your magic, you hear the cawing and screaming of ravens, Samantha, as the trees around you become alive.
The forest is alive with the sound.
And Samantha goes from laughing giddily to crying inside.
Aww.
Ah,
You are murdered by a murder of ravens.
that's right. Let me go ahead and get inside the carriage. Let's go ahead and get inside the carriage now. Let's do that.
As they begin to
That's
swarm around you. These creatures flying just up and around and over you. As the moment they surround you, Samantha, they basically fill the air around you, and you see black feathers and all sorts of just wings and faces all around you, as within this bundle, everything outside is heavily obscured. They're gonna be pecking at you.
Can I
Cry, yes.
I kind of want to make a wisdom save to see if I would be frightened by this from PTSD.
Sure. Go for it, man. That's you.
What's going on with my health bar?
Not again.
Might be the horse.
It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, your health bar is flickering like a motherfucker.
Oliver,
Like you're just only the horse raving over there.
as all around you, Samantha, just a flurry of beaks and feathers and talons just battering into you. Pow, pow, and pow. I said,
that was a
pow.
17 will hit.
As all around, you're able to keep most of them away, just swinging your scepter at them using your magic, but a pair of beaks start catching into your side as you take 6 damage. Okay.
Are they technically above me?
They're basically around you. They're just like filling the air around you.
Okay.
flap, 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 flap.
They are technically swarms, so they can sit in other people's spaces, but I don't want to feel like stacking 3 tokens on top of you. As down here, the closest creatures hearing the sounds of swords being drawn and people getting ready. Quill. A flurry of these things begin to surround you as well. And to fill your space as you get 3 beaks coming your way as they all enter your range.
So I don't have that, but I can use my reaction to at least strike one of them.
Sure.
And I will strike out one of them.
As you grab a sword and swing out, ooh. As you swing your sword, but you just sheathed it, Quill. So you swing out through the air, and it takes you just a half a second, and in doing so, it gives enough time to scatter, and it misses. As 3 swarms of beaks are coming your way. Pew, and pew. Although each one is just peek, 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 trying to find a way through your armor, but they cannot. But just like Samantha, as these things seem to fill your space and surround you, you find it unable to see anything outside. And up here. Creatures only make it about here as they are flying as fast as they can, Javen. You suddenly find yourself surrounded by these ravens, but they don't seem to have quite enough speed to actually abate you or start pecking at you. They do start swinging and pecking at the air around you, but not close enough to actually get you. And these guys. Oh, that's 3. Stay right there, Archie. And these guys over here. Gonna go. Flying down here. Same situation, Gregory. These creatures suddenly swarm around you, just trying to fill both the air of you and looks like your horse with their flapping, screaming presence. Ah, ah, ah! But they just basically make it in time to surround you. As Persephone.
How tall are the trees? Like, how far up are the people?
These trees are only about 15 feet tall. It looks like these guys are in the heart of all the branches, so they're about 15 feet up.
So Persephone's going to conjure her magic, and her hair starts to sprout into leaves, and her skin becomes almost bark-like as she calls upon the very spirits of nature to become one with it herself. So I'm going to start off by using my bonus action, cast Guardian Nature.
Nice.
And from my hand is going to bloom a rose, and a single petal is going to fly off from that rose over in this tree's direction over here, as I'm just going to throw a Produce Flame at it.
Ooh, okay. As you immediately throw the flame, probably at the base of the tree, just trying to whack it. You do connect, it's a big green, it's not moving very fast, as that will do damage. Ooh! As immediately this green fire hits the base and swarms up the body, as it seems like this thing is very susceptible to fire damage. As immediately the tree starts to catch fire with this green flame. As fire begins to spread up its form.
No, I said check for a crit, because you make that attack with advantage.
Oh shit, do I?
It's a wisdom-based attack roll, and I'm assuming you're great tree form.
Oh yeah!
For the crit. Go for the crit. Go for the crit, baby.
Oh.
No crit. But you still do a crazy amount of damage. As you do watch Persephone, as this thing is almost basically the part where Samantha attacked it is basically breaking apart and falling. This thing's about ready to tip over and die. But while it still manages to stand up, you can't help but notice that the fire that you just blasted its body with is starting to rise up into the leaves and branches.
That's what I was afraid of.
I will remember.
And the innocents. Burn them!
As you can hear from
They
inside
cannot
the
be innocent
tree.
anymore. They are corrupted. Sigma will sort them out. Let's go full Warhammer, guys. Just kill everything. Nothing lives. The Inquisition
And we're back
is
to the
deemed
Valiant
unworthy.
6.
Is that your turn, Persephone?
Yes, just get ready to catch them. And now that I
Sinister.
finally look back, I see crows everywhere. It's like,
Oh god. It's a little rough. Okay, yeah, that's my turn.
Okay. As Javen, you're getting ready to... You jumped out of the carriage, you're trying to negotiate the situation, realizing it's going south, and immediately all around you, ravens surround you, calling and flapping their wings in your face. Ah! Ah! What do you do?
Do I want to save the person? Do I want to make chicken? That's the question. Oh, well, I'll basically bring back my fist and try to basically flatten my... Be like, go away, go away, go. As I'll make I'll make 2 unarmed strikes and use my flurry of blow to make another one. Make the attack to just flap my arms around, trying to attack as many of these crows as
Are you attacking which particular set of swarms around you, or in you?
all of them.
One for
One
everyone?
attack. Yeah, one for every.
Okay, well, all of those will strike. You see, your attacks are so quick, actually, as you're swinging out of them, the crows seem to try and scatter away from them in panic. As, you manage to strike each one. Assuming going clockwise.
That's for the north. Yeah, clockwise.
Okay. And then right and then left.
Yes.
Okay. As you manage to strike out pretty true to each one, but just like the last time you fought this pack of creatures, you realize that while you do strike and kill a creature in a single blow, there's many of them, and whenever you knock one down, others take their place.
Because there's 3 of them, can I like scoot away from them? I like sort of make a pass with my arms.
Yeah, it certainly seems like as you're swinging at them, you're so fast they get sort of frightened and pull away, which gives you just enough time to slip out of their way with your drunken ways.
Sort of gently try to dodge their way out of the cockade. And leave Samantha to 6 crows, she's fine. Or 6 swarms of crows. She's fine, I believe.
No, they're ravens. They're all raven.
All ravens must die.
Let's see, that's 40 feet. How high is this lady?
About 15 feet up, basically wrapped up in all these tree branches. And as you look up, you can see as she's writhing, she looks like she's like fighting something. It looks like it's the branches, but then you realize all across her body are just insects.
Ugh. How much movement do I have left?
You just used 40, and you got extra
15.
movement because you got flurry of blows.
Yep. So 25. I could almost just reach her. Okay. I'll start climbing the tree.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Pull it away.
I'm coming. As I'll
Okay.
make it 20 feet up.
You basically, unless you have a climbing speed or something to help with that, you can only spend. Basically, it costs twice as much movement to climb.
Yeah. So I'd only make it around 10.
So yeah, start sticking your claws into the side and pull your way up as you start climbing up this thing. Actually, give me a grapple check.
Grapple check. Athletics, acrobatics.
Athletics.
Good shit.
As you grab onto the tree, you immediately feel it lurch in your hands, as this thing is not a stable tree, it is alive. But fortunately, your claws dig deep in here. Ow! Ow! Stop that! As you make your way up the tree.
This is why we need talking enemies, Craig. God!
So you can hear them crying in pain.
Hey, it's Samantha. What do you expect?
They scratching me.
Gregory, seems like, things are finally going the way you thought. And as one tree burns in front of you, it looks like it's about ready to fall. All around you, ravens surrounding you.
Yeah, just as soon as I saw the bodies up in the trees and my fellows trying to negotiate with these things, fucking evil talking trees, fucking my temper started to roil, and all I had in my mind was getting these people out of these fucking trees. And when I see the fire start to lick up, oh god damn it! As Nero is just swarmed by these things, and roots are crawling up on him. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of here quite quick enough, as I am leaping off my horse, as the rage builds in my body as I am running towards this fucking guy, and my namesake is there for a reason, and as soon as I saw these fucking trees, I went for my axe.
Gregory, are you disengaging?
Nope, I am not.
Okay, as these things immediately, they try to almost pursue you as they all peck out at you all at once. 3 attacks.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
2 will connect.
As 2 of them connect, Gregory. 19?
Yep.
As you take a total of, 13 damage as pecks are coming all around you, and you hesitate in your step just for just a moment, and in that moment, you hear the sounds of flapping again all around you as it seems like you haven't quite escaped this veil of feathers, as these creatures are still around you, and your vision is still obscured. As it seems like they succeed on an attack against you, they continue to follow you like a murderous flock of crows.
Gotcha. That is perfectly fine. I know where the fucking tree is. As I'm just charging forward as I'm fucking trying to get these things out of my face. As pretty sure I know where I am. I stop, stick a foot back, and fucking wheel back and just try to cut into the center of this tree with everything I got. A big old... Although it's not quite heavy enough to really take advantage of all my strength. As I'm just cutting into it.
Recklessly?
I am attacking recklessly.
So it'd be a normal attack.
Normal attack.
Yeah.
As even though you know where the tree is, you're surrounded by feathers, but that is more than enough to swing your sword cut into this thing. I'm assuming you can do more than 3 damage. How do you want to kill it?
Yeah, as I know, I'm assuming these trees aren't super thick, but I know where just to connect solidly enough, as I'm just going with the bludgeoning force of more than anything, as I'm just trying to crunch this thing, and yeah, I am sending it to the ground.
As this thing suddenly cracks, basically it looks like there's a chunk of this thing that broke open in its body where Samantha blasted it with magic. You take your sword and swing as partially as...
You cheaty boy! You cheater! I'm sure you can still do more than 3 damage, but I was just wondering, like...
This one! Yeah. There we go,
as
2
you
left
swing your axe, it looks like a chunk of this thing's body was mostly destroyed, so there's just a small part of its body left to cut through. Easily enough, you chunk through it, and immediately this thing falls and descends and hits the ground harshly, defeated as the branches seem to suddenly snap, and the man in basically once wrapped up in these branches comes stumbling down to the ground harshly, hitting the ground considerably hard. Just fell 15 feet.
Yeah.
And as he hits the ground, you see across his body the insects immediately begin to scatter and run away.
Gregor's intent of trying to catch the guy. After he swung the axe, he realized he couldn't fucking see what the goddamn thing was going on. Just hope the guy would be alright from the fall, as he just starts swinging wildly around him, trying to cut down some of these crows, as trying to break out some light in the midst of these things as they attack out at me, as I'm trying to cut them away with holy might, as I'm trying to cut into them with my battle axe.
Alright.
Ooh!
Well then, as with your rage, you're able to just swing your sword harshly, or swing your axe harshly and cut into him, assuming probably the one, this guy right here.
Yep. One away from where it sounded like the guy fell, because I don't want to accidentally hit him, as I cut in, as my smite goes off. Do another extra 16, unless these things are undead or something.
40. Ooh, as with that swing of the axe, it seems like with a flash of that light, similar to before when you fought the goblins, you cut through just a score of these crows trying to avoid the flames next to you, and now all get basically cut in a neat line before the light causes them to explode and kill a number of other crows, as this thing is quite harshly damaged. It pulls back, it pulls back away from you just enough to, you can see all these crows starting to scatter as a pile of them fall dead to the ground.
Thanks. I'm just trying to look around, trying to figure out where the next tree is, but yeah, obviously I can't see shit. That's my turn.
Alright, as Gregory stands next to a burning tree, Luna still inside the cart looking out the window. It looks like combat's going on. Looks like you can hear the sounds of birds right outside. Look at the window and see swarms of them filling the air where Javen used to be.
Huh, let's not go out there. I see several moving trees. Does this tree have people in it?
Which one?
The one at the top?
It looks like it's moving around, but it doesn't look like there's anyone in it.
Okay, I'll worry about that one later. I see from my window. I can't really see this one down here, so I'm going to focus on these two over here, and I will twin cast 2 chaos bolts at these two.
All right, one at each boy. As you sort of open up this little window, find a space where you can look out, using your spell snipery ways to make that shot easier. Basically shooting from an arrow slit as you shoot twice. As both of those will connect. One going top, one going bottom. Give me that damage, baby.
Ooh.
As, let's see.
200 damage for that one.
Ooh, as this bolt of just, it turns like starts off as magic, it becomes transparent like air, strikes into its body, and then boom, erupts, and you see bark and branches come flying off its form. It takes a juicy amount of damage.
Juicy.
Ooh. 6. Oh, is that a jump?
Jump!
Yes, it is.
As it poisons
Ew.
the tree.
Jumpman.
Poison.
As it does poison damage? Yeah. Nice. As it strikes in the body, you can see where it hits. It looks like a lot of the bark and wood are just starting to rot and fall off. As chunks of it just start falling to the ground in grimy little bits. As the other one's gonna bounce up. Where's the other one gonna bounce up, baby?
I can't bounce. Nothing's in range, I think. Unless, where
sure.
is the tree?
You could bounce back to this thing. I don't mind. You hit it with this one.
If the outside of the tree is part of the monster, and it's within 30 feet, it hits the edge of the token.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. As the poison strikes, you can see looks like magic is building up in the wound before suddenly it warbles, and then it looks like the shadow of this tree sort of stretches out and carries the magic and launches it. Hit this guy for doing what kind of damage?
What's 2? Cold damage.
Cold damage, as suddenly this arc of toxic energy strikes and becomes chilling and cold, as it does a considerable amount of damage to this tree, where it strikes a side of it that's been broken, and the other side is now freezing over, as if winter has kissed it.
And that's my turn.
Alright, rolling back up the window. As Nero, still surrounded by, looks like these crows are going after Gregory, so giving you some chance to move if you want to move.
Yeah, Nero, with Gregory being blinded, Greg can't really give him any decent orders, as Nero's just fighting off the things that's harassing him, as he's just rearing up and trying to kick these fucking birds out of the air. That's about all he can really do.
Yeah! Kicking out which one? Guy webs above him?
Yeah, just the ones around him.
Okay. Kicking out all the birds. Yeah.
Doing meaty 6 damage. Fuck you, birds.
As you're able to kick and kill like a lot of them in just one hit, but again, there's many of them and they are surrounding.
That's all he can do.
Alright, as Quill, you find yourself blinded by these birds surrounding you with your back to your horse. You swung your sword out at once, but they were pretty quick. But now your blade has been tempered. What do you do?
I'll use my shield to feel where the birds are, and I'll swing.
Okay. With disadvantage?
They'll do.
As you're basically relying on your senses, you raise your shield, you feel them battering against you, and you swing out, and you do end up connecting as you carve through 2 birds at once so they hit the ground.
And I'll swing again.
Alright, as you swing again, this time with the greater accuracy, able to use your keen elven mind to locate where they are. Knocking the top guy?
I would have attacked I would have attacked the bottom guy. Oh no,
Okay.
horse!
As you swing down at this guy, this time using a bit more accuracy, able to carve through them a bit easier.
As you just, I know I can see it, but like the weight just kind of tilts back on his back leg. As do a little front line.
Alright. Deliver your strikes and then you turn and you ready yourself for anyone who may approach.
That'll be my turn.
Okay. As seeing their allies fall, you hear this chorus cry out from the surrounding wilderness. Oh, you're not nice at all. We won't show you where the sweet mother resides. What should we do? Maybe we should get rid of them. Okay, I'll get rid of them. Put them in the dirt, and then we can eat them later. Eat them later, yes we shall. As these big bumbling trees begin to... As they get within range of... actually, we go about here. There we are.
I love how they're literally just trees.
As they just lumber up, you can see the branches reach out close to you, Persephone, and one of them just comes crashing down on top of you, trying to at you while on top of your horse.
Ooh.
Suddenly, it seems to rise up slowly as these things are slow and lumbering, and then just drops with great speed and accuracy as it does 14 bludgeoning damage, battering your body.
Yikes.
And this one down here, you can hear it, Gregory, through the crows surrounding you. This thing beginning to lumber closer and closer towards you, as through the not you, get out of here. Okay, keep going. Through the brush. This thing manages to lumber close, and then through, looks like the crows themselves, you hear this crackling wood sound, and then this thing comes reaching through the crowd, trying to strike at you. A little bit of advantage.
Oh yeah, double advantage.
As this suddenly, through the crowd, you see the crows part just away enough for this thing to come reaching through and batter you with this tendril, as you take 13 damage as a branch comes smashing into your body.
God damn it!
And you hear from Jaden, as you're holding out this tree, it's worming in your hands, you're, get off of me! You're so heavy! As one of the branches lifts up around you, and comes crashing down, trying to catch you at the side. A normal attack. Ooh, how do you dodge it while you're climbing a tree as the branches are reaching down to smack you, Javen?
Javen will sort of scurry around. Whoa, watch where you're scurrying. And so, like, actually grab onto the branch. To an attempt to not get hit, we'll grab onto the thing trying to hit him and just hug onto it.
As you deflect the blow and as this thing comes lumbering forward. Closer to the cart where all the commotion's going on. Who did that? That really hurt. I don't feel so good. God, you guys move so fast. Why am I dragging you? As this thing comes lumbering down here through the woods. I think it came from the big box. Who's in there?
Nobody.
Yo, you better get the fuck out the Hummer before they destroy it.
Well, they said no one was in there, so there must not be anyone in there.
I believe you. As one of the trees in the back row with nobody in it seems to start to very carefully pull itself up and move itself back into the surrounding foliage. I'm getting out of here. This seems dangerous.
We're just beating
As
up a bunch of
Samantha.
old
Fuck
men.
this noise!
The trees are beginning to close in around you. What do you do, Samantha? As you're
There's
seeing them
only
for a moment
one
before.
thing that is occupying her mind. As she's just lashing out, just like surrounded, and able to thankfully hold on to her will. And she just screams out, not again, in Draconic, as she just unleashes a host of poison, hopefully curved away from the horses. As I just want to just swerve a big old venom blast. I can't click it. There we go.
Yes, Poison Luna.
She has total cover.
She has a window open.
She closed it.
Did you close it?
Could I have closed it?
I mean,
That's
you
a
opened
no.
it. You opened it.
Yeah, but isn't that technically like an item interaction? And wouldn't it be
get
another one
one.
to close?
Yep,
You
you
opened
use
it
yours.
and then try to close it, but you can only do.
Yeah.
She's fine.
Venom blast.
Oh god.
I mean, does it go around corners like Fireball?
Fills an area. It's gas.
As the horses get poisoned.
We either poison one Luna or poison 3 horses.
Post the spell card, baby.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the thing I gotta click to make it do that. There we go. I always like the spell thing is not really easy to look at.
Baby, no!
I mean, can I just do whatchamacallit? Airburst. So I just conjure the point 15 feet above me, so that way there's no way it could reach Luna or the horses. I'll be fine, and then it'll hit all the dudes.
I mean, they're all basically at your level. These ones are at your level. The ones next to you are at the ground level next to Javen. They're basically filling his space.
Yeah. So.
So they're in his space of 5 feet off the ground, and they're in your space of whatever how high you are, like
7 feet.
Ground. Basically, they're in your space right now, and then on the ground over here. So you can kind of fill that area, but again, it's like imagine you're hitting a dude on the ground right here, essentially. Because I don't want to stack 3 tokens in one space. That could work, but you might risk getting some in the cart. But you can go for it.
Also
Which Samantha thinks...
Also gotta take into effect, you can't see.
Yeah.
Yep, do it.
Think about it this way. You're Samantha right now. You're surrounded by ravens. Is she thinking about Luna in the cart?
Nope.
Fine. I have a good con save, maybe. I have proficiency.
Alrighty. Ooh. No necrotic on that one. As all these ravens... Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna pull this off now because we don't need that. Okay.
That's fine.
Bad roll, fuck.
5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, so just 15 damage to each of them.
Ooh, as they all fail, suddenly being filled in the air with all this poison, and it looks like as the air fills up, what does it look like when you cast your spell?
So normally, because it actually summons a serpent as part of the thing, so a serpent comes out and it just goes into a circle in the radius, like, so it goes out into a 30-foot circle and then just clamps onto its own tail, forming the symbol of her house, the Ouroboros, and then just green, sickly light fills the area and everything dies. Is normally what I do. But this green light does manage to reflect and bounce into the cart and affect Luna as well.
Oh yeah. As these creatures reaching Luna, for a moment you just hear the strange burst sound, and then suddenly this green energy comes around the corner. Like it would offer some cover of sorts, but you're not hiding from it. You're basically having to withstand the energy, and it strikes harshly and true, and suddenly, oh god, yeah, it hurt a little bit, but really it's the sickening feeling you have now as you are poisoned.
You hear Samantha outside scream, "You will not take them!" As she will use her bonus action to summon forth her scales, toughening herself up.
Okay.
And I can't move, so I will. That's it for me.
All right. As all around you, you can see these ravens are like weakly flying. You still can't quite see outside of them, but they still seem to have some fight within, as they're going to be trying to peck out at you. As they're going to be doing so with disadvantage because they are very sick boys. 2, 3. Ooh.
19 still hits.
As one of them, as you're in this sort of panic state, they're weak and they're sort of limp in their strikes, but then one of them manages to come up and strike you in the side, dealing only 3 damage, catching you.
Yes, con save. Oh yeah, so you can see like the black snake just seems to like, just though it's still clamped around the other tree that Gregory chopped in half, just seems to like just kind of die like a firework almost, just kind of shrinking into itself before disappearing as I use my hex.
As these creatures, having been assaulted, now have a creature to strike, the air is just completely filled with just swarms of crows as they continue to strike out at you, although at crazy disadvantage. 1, 2, and 3.
Should it be normal?
No, she basically, as long as they're surrounding her, she can see them. It's just, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, all you can see is crow, baby.
Gotcha.
But that's all they can do, as down here, Quill, these birds are still assaulting you. You hear this explosion of sound behind you, but can't quite see what. You just see green light from the carriage. Before I turn back your attention to these creatures as they strike out at you. Oh, there we go.
The shield protects.
Knocking them away with your shield, unable to, basically, land a strike. Except for one from behind, flying right over your... Actually, no, they come down here. Closest creature. Persephone, you just basically reeling from the below this branch. Suddenly, this swarm of crows flies around you. And it tries to catch you.
Oh god, Jesus.
As suddenly you turn around, recoiling, and then peck all across your back as you are surrounded and take 9 damage.
There's so many of them.
Unleash the crows.
Kick him out of the air.
No, not the crows.
Kick him, Nero. Kick him.
God damn it, Jon Snow.
Kick the shit out of this fucking crow.
As you manage to knock a few crows out of the way, but they are still strong and basically in their pursuit of Persephone. And as you see, basically hear the sound of Nero crying out in anguish, Gregory, these birds are coming after you as well.
Oh yeah.
Toothpicks. And papa.
They do have advantage. Because I'm a reckless boy.
Oh, you're right. As that's one strike that does miss, second strike will come at you with advantage.
Oh!
As in your recklessness, just beaks and claws come catching under your armor, almost holding onto your sides and keeping your vulnerable spots open as you take 19 damage.
Ooh,
As
they start digging up underneath the armor, as it seems like they start to peck and dig into my side, something snaps in the armor, it unsheaths as they just sort of fall out from underneath it, digging into me, so I only take 4.
I take 9 damage, yeah. As fortunately your armor is still protecting you from those deadly strikes.
I was wondering about that. I was like, wait, what happened to the armor? Why is Gregory weak? No!
As Persephone, you're recoiling from this harsh branch that struck you, and now crows are trying to surround you. What do you do?
I'm gonna throw fire at one of these crows. Get him off of me.
Oh, alright. As that will hit, as you just throw him in the middle of the swarm as it strikes in and bursts and clings to much. Basically, hitting one crow, it bumps to the other, it burns more, until many of them start falling from the sky, but they're still dwindling in number, but still very much alive and harassing you.
You got spell snipery stuff, or is that disadvantage?
Oh, it is disadvantage, because... Oh, no, it's normal, because she's got her plant stuff going on.
She lost the concentration from
I only
that.
lost my concentration.
Oh, then you do have disadvantage.
Oh no.
As that will still connect. Fortunately, you were surrounded by crows and you're throwing fire.
Fortunately. Okay.
You're surrounded by crows.
Alright, and I hear Samantha probably crying out behind me, so Can I have my horse disengage so I can wheel around and go in Samantha's direction? I'm learning.
So basically, if you're in control of your horse right now, like if you're using its movement for your movement, you have to use your disengage to do it. If you give it its own free will, you gotta roll initiative for it, and you let it do its own stuff on its own turn while you're just basically sitting on it. You can give it its own turn right now, it's gotta roll initiative for it.
No, I wanted to, try to ride back towards Samantha, but I didn't want a recreation of my horse getting slaughtered as I'm riding away with it. Okay.
So, pretty sure it can disengage.
Yeah, I thought
basically, when you're riding a horse, it's like you're moving on it. So if you want to disengage while controlling the horse, you got to use your action. If you give it its own turn, you can command it to disengage, and it'll move on its own turn like you do with Nero.
Gotcha. All right, so then I'm just gonna.
That's wrong.
No, that's right.
Okay, so I'm gonna take whatever the fucking hits, and I hear Samantha screaming, so I'm just gonna try to run back towards her.
Okay. As you start to move, Persephone, these crows are trying to peck out at you.
Yeah, let them come. No,
unfortunately, you managed to go quick enough to pull out of the range, and you're able to venture out, and you can see again, as you see Samantha completely surrounded by this swarm of ravens.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep myself positioned right here, but I don't have any more attacks, so that's my turn.
Okay. As Javen, you managed to deflect one of the blows in this tree you're climbing, and now you're about 5 feet away from this person tied up in the branches.
Yep. Just keep climbing and try to grab on, and I don't know, yank them out. Just start tugging at the branches. Oh no! As I try to break the grapple.
Break the grapple?
If they are
Your grapple?
grappled. No, the grapple that the tree has on the person. Unless I can just pull them.
So as you're looking at it, you see like you're looking for a place you can just grab and rip this person away as if they were just held by like a rope or something. But this person doesn't look like they're just grappled. They look like they're restrained within. It's like this person, it's like being stuck in a web. They're not really held by any force besides just this thing that's tangling them up.
So in Javen's infinite wisdom, am I gonna have to kill the tree first? Or can I figure out a way to get the person down and then kill the tree?
I mean, you can probably, if you attack at the branches, you might actually be able to break them free.
Nice. Okay, I'll do that. So a relentless amount of blows trying to break away at the branches. Get this.
Alright, give me an attack.
Light this tree on fire.
Give me one attack roll.
One attack. I'll use my diamonds for it. One punch. Dun, dun, dun.
As you strike out, chopping your hand through these branches, you actually tear through the tree quite a bit. Give me a damage roll.
Damage roll.
As you rip and tear through these branches, the person actually seems to come free as you see the face of this, well, very upset dwarf calling out, "Oh, thank you so much!" And then all of a sudden, across her body, you see all the insects swarming away from her, and on to you.
Oh. That's nasty.
As you're now covered in insects.
Ugh. Alright, can you make it down from here? I don't really want to touch her.
I think so?
I'll make it quick. It's, rearing up to... I mean, it should be pretty obvious what the red dragon one's gonna do on his next turn. Is I'll use... Did I use an action? Did I use an attack action, or was that more like just an action?
No, it was an attack action. You punched it. That's why I just didn't want to do, like, I want to do a billion attacks against his trees before being like, okay, but this happens.
Okay. So that starts squashing the bugs. Yes.
Alright, you start punching the bugs again. They're crawling across your body, some of them still in the tree, so you're smacking and slashing them away. As that will connect. Ooh, okay. As you smash a handful of them, but you're still trying to climb the tree, so it's a little tricky to get all of them at once.
As I'll climb down the tree, so as to not hold myself in such a precarious situation.
As you climb your way down the tree, you can see the bugs still clinging to your body, some of them, but you get away quick enough that they don't actually follow you. They still stay in their place. Still crawling down the tree in your direction.
Ew. That's all. Go over to here, start heading towards the cart. Or, get inside the cart, I guess. You'll be safer there. I'll call up to the dwarf lady.
As she follows suit of you, basically sliding down the tree and sort of carefully hitting the ground, and although in doing so, she almost falls prone, so she gets back up, and she seems to start making her way towards the carriage, but this is about as far as she makes it.
Okay. As to do that, I'll... Oh, do I really want to? No, I don't want to get her attacked. Something might happen. As all, you just blow your blow. It's a bonus action. Breaking at the tree. Yeah. Punching.
Bah, 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 bah. And both those attacks will connect.
Iron Fist.
Ooh.
Nice.
As each punch just starts cracking and breaking into the bark until you realize, oh god, every punch is actually starting to break this tree apart. Your fists are like made of iron with every blow chunking away at this thing.
Sorry. You seem like a nice tree. So you can't endanger life like that. Come on now. That'll be my turn.
Okay. As Gregory.
These fucking things swarming all around me as I realize I just need more blade as I just throw my axe into the ground, sink it into the earth, pull out the greatsword from my back. As also notice fighting these fucking swarms that all it really takes is just a nick, just a collision of my blade onto these things with enough radiant energy can make them just pop with the energy pulsed into them as I'm just trying to swing for the fences. As this group to the south of me trying to make a hole, I just swing with all my might. Reckless as I may be, they're cutting and biting into me, but I'm just ignoring the pain as I'm just trying to get rid of these things because honestly, I don't know what the fuck is going on out there, and it's got me a little bit nervous and a little bit aggravated that I don't know what the state of things is. So I am swinging with all my might, radiant energy starting to pulse out from my sword. So I swing with my great weapon master, Reckless, great sword, raging, all the good things.
Okay.
Limitless power.
Ooh, 19.
Which one are you attacking at?
Dude, to south of me.
You are blinded, so it's a normal attack. You're right.
What? I thought I could see these dudes.
Oh, you're right. You can see them. You're right. As you do swing with a 19, I was like,
outside of it. Yeah.
Yeah. As you swing away, just throwing all your weight and power behind the blade, just trying to tear through these creatures before you. Give me that damage roll.
Cut into them with everything I got, with smiting, trying to everything that connects with my blade, even if it doesn't cut. Radiant energy just bouncing off the blade and burning them up. And doing.
How do you want to kill these things?
Juggernaut.
So I just swing through the entire horde as you can just see like these tiny little sparks just jumping off of the blade of this yellow light as each one striking one in the chest like a tiny little bolt of lightning just sends them cradling to the ground as just a gigantic swing across them. It seems like they just fall to the ground in a wave. And so I turn and I swing at these as well as I just start to spin my body, cutting as many as I can, slicing as I go. Same thing. Cutting. Ooh, only 10.
Ooh, yeah, this time, this seems like the eruption of that first strike that knocks all the crows dead to the ground. So to give you one enough time to prepare as you swing out recklessly and they all scatter just around your blade.
As they start to scatter upwards, I bring my blade up and just cut straight down as a bonus action. As one more strike, great weapon master, all that good stuff.
Ooh, as that will connect as you just bring it down through this horde, this murder of crows. Give me that damage.
And with the first strike missing, I am pulsing out as much magic energy as I can to this. As a level 2 smite.
Oh boy.
12, 28.
How do you want to kill this thing?
It's almost the same thing as the one before, but this time blade coming down onto them as the blade passes by, just this lightning sparking as they go, as the top layer just falls into the lower layer, falls into the lower layer, and there's just a pile of crows at my feet. As I'm finally able to see what the fuck is going on. God damn it, I just see Samantha just completely swarmed by these things, and, well, I'll know how she feels about these fucking things, as she's not a good sailor. Ah, damn it! Samantha, hold! As I'm gonna start charging my way up here, but that is all I can do.
Alright, as Gregory destroys 2 murders of crows, Luna, you're recoiling inside this carriage that's now just the air just stinks and burns as if the air was acrid itself, and you're feeling sick as you are poisoned.
Coughing up a storm and her eyes just stinging from the acidic spray. She's gonna like try to feel around for where the fuck the door is.
There's like the door on either side. You're basically sitting right next to one. You feel up. Oh, there's the handle.
Burst out. Just kind of try and see what the fuck is going on. I see 2 trees that I shot coming towards the carriage, knowing that they're probably going to attack me now that they know I was inside of it. So I'm going to dip the fuck out of here. And I'm going to try and shoot them again, knowing that I can't really see all that well. I'm going to twin cast another chaos bolt of those 2 then.
Okay. This time it's going to be a little harder as you're basically trying to shoot with your watery eyes. First one, even though your eyes are basically like glazed over with tears, you still manage to find a point to connect with and it blasts into its body. Give me that damage. Ooh. As oh, it's a bounce though.
So that was cold
bounces.
damage, and then
More frost covers its body. Bounce back to this boy. Okay. Ooh, as that second bounce, basically firing along with your second strike, goes flying through the air, trying to counter it with both points, like cornering it, but maybe the tree is like whirling and writhing around it, manages to strike some of its bark and cast it away, but not enough to really damage it, as those attacks do not hit.
Do we do raw double spells or?
Nope, you're doing raw. You're doing normal raw. You cast your level spell, so...
Alright, so that'll be my turn.
Okay. As Nero...
Give me a saving throw, baby. Did you get a saving
for your
throw
poison.
Oh, 23.
Normal. As finally able to wipe tears from your eyes, nose is still stinging from the smell, but you are no longer sickened. As Greg's horse, he managed to kick out some of these crows, trying to get at Persephone, and now Persephone slips by.
Yes, Nero. Same position as Greg is in. He is going to wheel around and just start charging around in a circle, getting around Persephone, and then charging into the group of these crows as he just basically climbs up on the edge of this thing, bringing his hoofs down on the small group of crows on the far side of this carriage, as his body just reaches up on top of it, stretching up, bringing his hoofs down.
Ooh.
I don't think he has quite enough distance to actually get a charge off, but he's just trying to hoof them.
Going through the crows?
Yeah, just
Alright.
basically the group closest to it, whichever one that may be.
Give me a swing, baby.
Ah!
Ooh, as that will connect.
Not
Yeah,
move 20
damage.
feet. Ooh, 5 damage.
Ooh, as you manage to bring your hooves up through the air and start clopping and clamping on top of these crows, basically bringing down the smallest horde of them until they come clambering to the ground, until Nero, basically clambering up on the side of this carriage, your hooves come harshly down with your weight, and you, Samantha, you can hear next to you the wood just crunch, as if some great weight has just smashed itself into your carriage.
God fucking damn it!
The crows are crunched against the side. Nero just pushes himself back up off the side of the carriage. Get his feet back up, so it's an awkward fuck. But that's him.
Okay. As Quill, still surrounded by these crows, but you're making some progress on them, striking out and feeling out where exactly they are.
I'm gonna move out of this area.
Okay, as you pull yourself out of the area where these things are basically filling you, they're all gonna get a strike out at you.
Yep.
As where you are, there you are. Boop, and boop. Ooh. As you're able to knock them away, but that last one, they suddenly come swarming up behind you and pecking at your back. Manage to find the points in your armor that aren't quite defended as you take 18 damage, and this guy continues to follow you around, still surrounded by
I'm
crows.
still blinded.
Still blinded.
I'll move again.
They will follow you wherever you go with their veil of fence.
Okay, so they'll follow me no matter what.
As far as their distance can carry them.
And I'll never be able to see anything.
Just
Not
the
while these
birds
things are
on
around
it.
you. Just birds around you. Everything is heavily obscure. Just birds surrounding your face.
You can see the birds, though.
Yeah, you can.
I don't fucking care about the birds. I'll just swing.
As you can see them, so you can roll normally advantage on them. So you're swinging away 25 and 13. Heck yeah, actually. Holy shit. Hold on. As you're cutting carefully through these things, picking them off one by one, how do you want to kill this thing?
I'm just gonna flourish as heads just...
As with great strength and a touch of elven grace, you watch this flurry of crows around you that are blinding you suddenly all fall beheaded to the ground with a knight's accuracy.
And as I have seen this before... Poof.
As
And-
touching into a bit of your fey blood, you vanish. What does it look like when you cast Misty Step?
As I cast Misty Step, it's as if just kind of a flash of light just poof, as I appear, as the sword swings out as I action surge.
Nice. Ooh, that's 6 going down at this guy. Yeah. Just barely. You're able to almost have to catch yourself standing on top of this sort of oblong, now somewhat crooked carriage. You lift your sword and bring it down, and you just take it down just enough to cut down this swarm of crows, basically causing harm to Samantha as it falls dead. And that second strike coming after, let's say, okay. Yeah, cool. Yeah, this guy. Okay. That will also connect, and ooh, just barely tearing through them, knocking them to pieces, beheading most of them until just only a handful remain, as they are basically on their last legs.
Help is here. That'll be my turn.
All right. Let's see. Up by you, Javen, you hear this crackling voice. Why are you doing this? I'm just trying to bring them to the sweet mother. You are not very nice. As a big branch lifts up above you and comes crashing down on top of you. 21. As suddenly, poof, this branch hits you on the top of the head as you take 15 bludgeoning damage, feeling your horns creak as it challenges their strength.
Ugh. Yeah, but the sweet mother doesn't seem so nice if she wants life.
And as the branch strikes you, you see along its length, still crawling down this thing, the swarm once again surrounds you as these various insects are going to try and take a big meaty bite at you.
My buttocks.
Not a meaty bite.
As they start to crawl on your body, but you're quick, you're able to knock them away, keep them off of you. They don't do any damage.
No. Hate bugs.
Let's see, where you at? Where you at? As one of these trees begins to nestle itself into the others, and as everyone else is pretty distracted and surrounded by birds, you notice, Luna, you see this tree presses up against the others and then just holds still. As the remainder continue their approach. What's going on here? Let's see. They see a big bundle of crows surrounding someone that they can't quite perceive, but they do see someone within range as this thing enters your range, Quill. Actually, no, not quite. That's all they can make it. As with reaching out with a long tendril, though, a long branch has come swinging at you, the guy on top of the cart. Huzzah! 21. As suddenly this tree branch comes flinging out and striking at you.
Yep.
Doing 13 damage, striking into your armor. You hear this loud metallic clang as this thing is basically trying to knock you off, but you're able to keep your foot on top. Down here, this bad boy is skirting his way over here. Excuse me, I'm no punish some naughty children. As this tree begins to skirt its way, not right on top of the fire. Don't want to touch that. That's bad. That's bad news for me.
No,
Well,
step on
The
it.
crow's been scooped up into him.
As they do indeed. The branches are just catching into their bodies, and the crows immediately start perching, licking their wounds. I guess the crows lick their wounds. Down here, slow and lumbering, another one of these trees. I'm coming. Here I am. Excuse me, little girl. Please stop running away. We just want to bring you to the sweet mama. As a branch comes swinging toward you. 24.
God, these trees!
Nature is your friend today as you take 14 bludgeoning damage smacking into your side. And that is all they can do.
Not very nice either.
As Samantha. You're surrounded by birds. You hear like the sound of your carriage being smashed at the side, and then you hear footsteps above behind you, and you hear Quill's voice. So now he's on top of the carriage.
Yeah, nothing matters. Just giant fucking, like, Green Lantern style fucking snakehead just chomps down on the one right to my right as I'll just blast him.
That will connect.
All the spells type.
Fuck yeah, baby.
As bursts of green energy are exploding from this sphere of crows, as how do you want to kill these things? Just explode them away?
Snake mouth. Just big old snake head.
Mouth chomping down.
Chomps down on them.
Crushing them and falling
just
to the ground.
It just forces them into the tree.
That's 10 to hit. Fuck.
Yeah, baby.
In the tree?
Yeah, because I can push them, right? 10 feet. So I'll just shove all their carcasses.
Okay, so the guy to the righty.
Yeah, this guy.
Righty. That's left.
Oh, that's... Okay, well, I'll shoot him too then. Fine. I'm distracted. I don't know what my directions are. Take that!
As you shoot that guy too, I'm assuming you can do more than 3 damage.
I think so, yeah.
As you blast this one too, just surges of energy knocking them away from you. As it seems like it's starting to clear up a bit, but you still can't quite see as these things are still filling your space. You're not looking good.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think there's anything else I need to do.
Okay.
Because I'm just swearing up a storm in Draconic, which Quill would be able to hear. I'm just fucking, you fucking pieces of shit. I will never let this happen to me again. Fuck all of you. Fuck this. Fuck everything.
What's language?
I gotta talk to a crow like that. He's just working so hard out here. As they're still somewhat sick and unable to overcome the poison, these crows are still trying to peck out at you, although very, very weakly. Just trying to do something. One of them pecks out at Samantha to the left, and then one just basically the other side of her, filling her space. Pecking out of her again.
Hey, Quill. Hey, Quill. Something attacked me while you were standing real close to me, bud. I don't know if you have anything that works with that, but... Do you have a thingamajiggy?
I'm here to protect you.
That would be my
Except not
reaction.
you.
I'm here to protect the hunger. That's what he's here for.
Ooh, as you swing your sword out through them, Clyde. Or, I keep saying Clyde. I missed you, Clyde. Swinging through this crowd. You're able to, you're swinging through about to hit, and then you see in the swarm a flash of basically cloak and skin as you realize, oh shit, Samantha wears the same clothes as a crow would, all dark. And you manage to pull your blade just back enough as you don't quite connect with any of them.
I tried.
That's
You want to give them con saves?
Oh, they don't have high enough confidence.
They're birds, man.
As seeing these people approaching the center of the crows continue to fly, this time going after the closest guy near them. As Gregory, you're running towards Samantha, and suddenly you hear the flapping of wings behind you. And then they suddenly surround you again. As 2 pecks. 1 peck is not so good. Actually, both pecks are pretty good. Come after you. Peck and peck. But you're able to knock them away, keep them from actually striking or obscuring you, but they do admit it filling your vision, able to see.
They got advantage on me.
Oh yeah, because I forgot.
So reckless. I'm a
Next
reckless
one,
little boy.
Ooh, but still
not
won't
gonna
beat you. Nice. As comes down, let's see. This guy's stuck in a tree. That's flapping, stuck inside this tree, trying to get out. I think you're all good. All right. As Persephone, finally free of the crows, but everything seems to be closing in. Trees are whacking at you. Your horse is trying to find a safe place to run around here. It sounds like Samantha's still surrounded by crows.
Oh, gods. Okay. I'm gonna throw fire at this tree that just hit me. Well aware that there's a person up in there.
Burn them to the ground.
These fucking trees.
Yeah, that definitely hits. You've been back and forth with these trees. As you throw your fire into it, it catches at the side again, and this time you hear, "Oh god, it hurts so bad! Watch out, little one!" As it takes a considerable amount of damage, that fire spreads quickly. But again, the green flame begins to spread up its body.
Oh god, that's close.
Just Dalver murdering innocent people.
Yeah.
Who else but
another
Persephone?
turn. Yeah, right, guys? That's my turn.
All right, as Javen, you just got hit by this heavy branch, and now there's insects swarming all over you, and you're knocking them away, but they keep crawling. They get everywhere. And give me a wisdom saving throw. As you're trying to keep your cool, Javen, but maybe they're, I don't know, they're starting to get in places that they shouldn't go, and oh god, are they biting? And you feel someone start shaking against your body, and you realize they're trying to crawl underneath your skin. Oh god, oh god, oh god, as you can't help but feel the sense of internal natural dread as these creepy crawlers are leaving you frightened until the start of your next turn.
Oh. Big bugs, big bugs, big bugs. As it's a good thing I can't willingly move towards them because Javen doesn't want to do. But are they attached to me?
They're on top of you, basically. You can move away. You can try to move away.
Okay.
You're just scared.
Just wondering that. I don't want to like position myself in a weird way and then I attack. I'm like, as I basically start slapping my own skin. Slapping my equipment, trying to get these bugs off of me, because not the bugs.
With disadvantage.
Oh yeah, because I'm frightened.
You're slapping wildly on your bodies. You smack some parts, you realize the bugs are moving around, you end up hitting your own tough hide if it doesn't hit.
Okay, we have extra attack. Yeah.
But this time you do find some mini parts, you feel the tickling you hear, and you punch yourself and smash them as you do some damage, possibly? Ooh. And you smash a big gooey pile of bugs, and there's still more. They're still all surrounding and clinging to you.
Alright. As I attempt to move out of this. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
Lord.
As you pull away, you're able to slip out of them, able to use your quick movements and drunken stance to basically slide them off your body.
Yeah, basically like rocking back and forth.
As you're still shaking, still a little frightened up by it, but you're away from them.
As I like sort of push the door back, get behind.
Is that your turn?
Nope. As I'll focus inwardly and realize that focus. As he'll draw upon his training of Ki, being a Dragonborn, as he'll use a bonus action after extra attack. Spend a key point and use my breath.
Nice.
Wah!
Opening your mouth and this gout of flame just fills this area. Give me that damage, baby. Yeah!
Alright, let me go get the car.
Can you dodge it? Ooh. Get back there. You can't run away, tree.
Yeah, go on.
Please don't let me get hit by this. Oh no. As you watch your mouth open and just burst outward in this great gout of flame, Javen, as the fire immediately consumes the tree, and the insects you see that were once covering you start popping and boiling over as the entire thing just burns to the ground. Oh, this is terrible!
Somebody get him a Mentos. The Fresh Maker.
Fresh Maker. I don't know why I know that.
He turns darker.
It burns!
Oh,
As the insect swarm is also killed.
And there's a nice little fire left just for you. And the burning carcass of the thing that once knew life.
Alright, let's go away from here.
As she does eventually, following your lead, follow after you.
Never mind. Don't get near the cart. As I see the tree, clear away from moving trees. That's all. Go to engage.
Yeah, I got that, yeah. Ooh, Speed Boy.
Yep. Fast as the wind. As that'll be my turn.
Alright. As Gregory, once free from these birds, you pull away from the trees and all the mess, and then suddenly you find yourself surrounded once again.
Yeah, being reckless, charging at this carriage, grabbing onto the side of it, about to haul myself up, as just this wave of birds fucking hits me as I tumble backwards away from this thing, trying to just swipe them away, getting out of their reach as I try to escape them.
They're gonna start pecking at you.
Yeah.
Pick.
Not advantage.
No, just normal pick. Hacha and hacha.
God damn it.
As one manages to swipe him away, barely the other ones manage to cling onto you, doing 10 piercing damage, though you're still raging, so it doesn't quite hurt as bad. But they're still surrounding you.
When they charge after me, does Nero find an opportunity to try to beat someone into the ground that are chasing after?
Absolutely.
Oh yes, he's gonna try to hoof him. Hoof him.
Hoof him.
That
So
horse's
hoofy.
attack rolls are busted. I swear he doesn't roll below 17, like ever.
As you swing out and basically, man, thankfully you, Samantha, you feel the car or the carriage suddenly surge underneath you as Nero pulls his weight off of it and just swinging his hooves at these bards. And he manages to catch a couple and smash them to the ground beneath his hooves.
Damn. My half a second of seeing what's going on, I see another tree on fire with an innocent person up in its branches. Damn it! As I'm going to wheel myself around, I've seen myself do it once before, as I'm going to cut down through these things with a decent amount of my strength, but actually using just a ton of magic to try to cut these things out of the sky. As these birds advancing on me, I'm going to attack recklessly, putting in some smites, but not using Great Weapon Master, as I know I just need to connect with as many of these things as I can.
Okay.
Ooh, 22 to hit. Thank God.
As you manage to see these crows, the only thing you can see, and they're the only things you can strike, as you swing out and crush into them, as that will hit.
Cut into them and use second level smite. Ooh.
As how do you want to kill them?
As I just bring my blade down, upward angle, as I spin my body around to try to cut them down, as I hear Nero crunch some of them to the ground, and I know that they're fucking chasing after my ass, so right before they hit me, I just swing. Light just explodes outwards as they are just sort of scattered out in front of me. As I turn and continue my advance against this tree, as I am just fucking swinging for the fences on this thing.
Did you switch back to your greatsword?
I did indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, the first time I got surrounded. As I am just swinging once and swinging twice with all the strength I can muster against this thing. Great Weapon Master. Still being reckless, obviously.
And rage.
Able to see.
17 to hit.
I'll connect. This thing doesn't seem to be very fast moving. It's just kind of tough, but your sword is tougher.
Like, slice into the side of it.
Your sword actually catches almost halfway through the wood, which has already been damaged by all the magic and spell and combat. The body sort of lurches and twists around the blade.
This time I swing back the other way as I pull my sword loose and trying to cut for the same spot. It's like you would a woodman's axe, but this time on the opposite side to form the wedge as I am cutting in the other side. Trying to actually be a little bit more accurate as I'm trying to get this thing to fall so the woman that's up in this tree doesn't fall into the fire. Trying to get the tree to fall in the right direction with my lumberjack chain training.
Sure. Give me that attack roll.
Cutting on it. Ooh.
As that will connect, you find this angle trying to cut it in just the right space. It looks like you can cut sort of close to where you already sliced before, but you need a better angle this time. Last time was reckless. Don't only have quite the care behind your strikes as you did before. So it's a little hard to get, so you strike down harshly and connect, and you hear, Greg, this harsh metallic sound, this as the blade hits the wood and sort of catches, but it does connect.
Ooh. And yeah, I don't know, without putting all my might behind it, I'm not sure if I can take this thing down, so I'm going to rely a little bit more on my magic for just a first level smite. Ooh, there we go. As 24.
Alright. How do you want to kill this thing?
I form the wedge with the first strike, cut it on the other side to finish the cross section, trying to get her to fall, so basically the tree is going to fall in this direction to protect the guy on the ground and protect the woman inside, so the fire will end up on the far side and she hopefully won't fall into.
As this thing falls as neatly as you could. Again, kind of difficult when you're thinking of how to attack and then you just throw your strength behind it recklessly, but it managed to fall mostly how you intend, and you wrench the blade back, and you look at your sword, Greg, and you can tell the straight edge where it once smashed into the wood has been visibly bent. Still usable, but Dorman wouldn't be happy to see that.
Yeah, that's what I fucking built it for, so it could take a punishment. As I wheel around, you can see I'm starting to breathe heavy, though, as those small sparks on my blade start to fade, as magic starts to seem to get weaker and weaker about me. But, with that, I got a little bit of movement left, not a ton. I'm just gonna start breathing heavy and start advancing towards this other tree. God fucking damn it. Alright, next one of you! Get up in its tree face. That's me.
As Luna, as you hear the sounds of trees falling and fire crackling off in the distance, you see Javen manage to pull himself out of one tree as it falls in a big burning pile and jump into the next one. What do you do?
I look around and see the budding forest fire and just muse to myself, and it's not my fault. As I will continue my assault and keep twin casting chaos bolts at these things and whittle them down.
Alright, piece by piece, carefully shooting them with your magic. Give me them shots. This time you can see clearly, so give me them normal attacks.
Boom.
Ooh, as both those will connect. Give me them damage rolls. 16. Ooh, 8 and 4.
First one will do force damage.
Nice. Bolt of energy just crashes in, turns into this shadowy, basically blob until it hits the body and explodes out the other side as you tear a great hole into this massive tree. Give me that second strike. Second damage, rather. Ooh, not quite as powerful, but ooh, 1 and 5.
Do acid damage.
Nice. As it splashes up against this thing, shadow spreads across its body before it begins to bubble and hiss until it turns into this pile of basically putrid liquid pouring from the tree's body.
Let's see, I'll stay put. That's my turn.
Okay. As Nero, you manage to pull yourself off the carriage, and you manage to help Gregory slay one of these basically mounds of crows, but there's still more.
Just a random question. These people still bound up in the tree, or they look like they're
basically
able to start freeing themselves?
Like they look like they're trying to get up and move around, but they're still kind of covered in some branches. Some of them are still covering their mouths, but they look like they can get themselves free soon.
Okay, so it doesn't look like they're about to burn alive.
No.
Okay.
They can roll away from the fire.
They're already burnt alive.
Yeah, oh wait, are they just slowly dying and I'm not paying attention?
Yep.
No, they're fine. They're just basically seen them trying to help remove themselves, but being restrained.
Nero not really able to reach anything else. He just turns and continues to just try to bash down into this big old group of ravens on the corner here that tried to surround Gregory a second ago. Oh no!
As this time you're raising yourself up a bit more confident, Nero, but then these crows, having a bit more breathing room, spread out around you and sort of scatter, going higher in the air than your little hooves can reach.
That's it.
All right,
and
and Quill, having beheaded several crows in several quick strikes, you find Samantha still surrounded as these crows are still filling her space, but they look thinning in number. You can start seeing Samantha better through the crowd.
Swing at that one.
All right, give me that shot, baby. Ooh, as you do strike true, cutting clean into their body as you rip through. There's still basically a few left. You cut through 2 crows and they fall in a quick pile next to her next to Samantha on the seat, but they're still alive.
Swing again.
All right. Ooh, and how do you want to kill him?
As I'm just going to, as I jump off, swinging to land here, just in a swoop, just.
You slide down, basically hit the wheel, and usually use it as a basically stepping point so you don't have to fall too harshly.
Yep.
Okay.
As I will use my bonus action to prepare for the tree to come.
All right. As this tree, wounded by it looks like a combination of acid and poison and all sorts of ailments, finally turns your way, Quill. And you can see this person tied up in the branches looking down in confusion, bugs crawling over his body. The tree just reaches out with a branch. You're all so cruel, naughty children. She will punish you. As it tries to swing out a big old branch at you.
Nope.
Ooh. As you raise your shield and poof, bash it away, using your strength to deter it. It's down here, Gregory throwing yourself in the mix. This tree lurching down towards you, branches widening. You can see tied up in this tree is this very lavish-looking elf of sorts, wearing these bright, like, golden and red clothing. The tree lurches towards you. Naughty, naughty children, bringing fire to the forest. No, no! As he swings at you.
With advantage.
Oh yeah, because you're raging. Angry boy.
I just swing my sword and just cut away at the branch that's swinging in my direction.
That really hurt me. As Javen, this tree you're basically trying to clamber up, is reaching down with wounded branches. You can see looks like holes in its body now, where all sorts of magic have been tearing away at it. Some of the branches now pulling away from its captive to reach down towards you. Naughty child. But unable to strike you.
Yeah, just deflecting the blow. Or maybe you're the one that stole the people first.
As Samantha, she could, even though you can't quite see past them as they're swarming around your face, it seems like the veil is thinning all around you.
Eldritch Punch!
Eldritch Punch! As that will connect.
I just throw a wild haymaker and like it just seems to surge around my hand and arm. Just this green spiral of energy that just blasts forth right when I think it should, as it connects and just annihilates them, sending them 10 feet back. And then she just kind of wheels around and looks down at the seat, curses to herself, and then looks up where Gregory is, sees him going off against that tree. Fucking Christ, and she just throws like an uppercut and just like, it just seems like a wave of green energy goes towards the tree, and then it seems to go up into the branches, and at first Gregory, in all this horror, may think that she's just randomly attacking the citizen inside of it, but she's not, as the energy
she does.
Yep. Special beam cannon just right through the civilian, it's fine. As it swirls around that guy and goes after the bird as second blast.
All the birds.
Noise.
As it certainly hits, goes around all the branches, almost sneaking around them to strike through.
They all just kind of...
yeah, like a firework display, just all the birds exploding in the tree. Ah!
Cut that thing down! As I just kind of wheel around and hop on top of and look around, see what's going on as I conjure forth more green magic, ready to punch out.
I'm on it.
As that is it for me.
Alright, as Nero, the closest thing to these creatures, these crows are just gonna try and swarm around your big, beautiful head.
Oh shit, there were crows right there too. He'll be
Ah,
fine.
sneaky crow! Get him!
As they begin to peck and swarm around his face, doing 7 piercing damage.
Pretty bloodied. He's got scratches and cuts all over his neck and side of his face, but he's still hanging in there.
They're all aiming for the eyes, but they think they're the only ones who are left who aren't horribly eviscerated. Nice.
Oh no!
As Persephone, you see the tree you just lit on fire falls to the side, the captive falls free. It looks like Gregory is using his sword to all of its power to cut these things down, and it seems like they're starting to thin in number. What do you do?
Is my fire, is it just sitting there or is it actually spreading?
It looks like it's starting to spread. Like, your magic, your impact sort of caused it to basically reach up, and it seemed like if this thing was moving around more, it might spread, but now that it's hitting, it's just clinging to the branches and some of the leaves and slowly spreading.
It's
only been so many seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Okay. So I'm going to, you know what, Nero's getting attacked by birds, so I'm gonna whip out at the birds.
Oh, okay. As you whip out through the birds and actually strike a few of them, give me that damage. Ooh. as you rip and tear and even pierce into some of them, like shish kebabbing them and rip through, pulling them back to you, but unfortunately you can't catch the entire swarm as you rip through this crowd.
Yeah,
Could
that's-
you?
Nope.
What? No, it's a swarm. It doesn't make sense.
Nope.
I don't think I could grasp the entire swarm and drag it towards me. That does
Just make a
not-
big old thorn net
Because
and
like
just
I'm
pull
just
them in.
happy like God lets me push the entire swarm. Then that was like a thing that I was really worried about.
Yeah, no, the only thing I'm going to do is just kind of turn my horse around so I get a better look at Gregory and this other tree around me, and I'm just going to stay put. That's my turn.
Okay. As Javen, you just deflected one of these blows, nimbly dodging it as this tree looks like it's about to fall apart.
Nice. As climb up. So as if Javen does fell this tree, he doesn't want the person to just so he'll
Trying to
climb on up.
climb up the tree? Give me a grapple check.
Grapple.
I'm a living creature.
Why is it living? Oh no.
Oh, I don't
Why
think
is
you
it
can. Well,
moving
let's see.
around?
You know what? Let's give this a shot.
Roll 11 on 6.
Oh, maybe it now. Oh.
As you're climbing up this thing, you end up grabbing onto a branch and pull yourself up, and then the branch literally pushes you back down, as if it were an arm knocking you away, unable to basically grapple it.
Alright. Shaven mimicries rolling up his sleeve. Oh, hard work. As he raises back his fist, his rolled up sleeve fist, and punches into. Wah!
Ooh, as you reel back your fist and you try to punch down, your fist hits a branch and it cracks through, but it only hits a vestigial part of it. And though you manage to break it, it doesn't seem to phase this thing at all, as it does not quite connect.
Do I want to kill the tree or do I? And kill the person?
They'll be
that's
fine.
Yeah, no. Worthy sacrifice. As I've always. It's fine. As Javen will. Damn it. He contemplates it for a second, but then. No, that's dumb. He's not gonna light someone else on fire. As he'll try once again. It's 15 feet up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, he'll. Go back. And then jump. And then basically give himself a running start and try to jump up. So, use one key point to step of the way. It's a bonus action.
Okay.
Wait, I can't actually remember. Hang on. Post.
Doubles your
Oh,
jump
no.
distance.
Just doubles my jump distance. Oh, cool. So, can I jump 15 feet?
You can jump up to the height, but unfortunately, if you're trying to catch onto this thing and hold on, well, you gotta use your grapple for that.
So, yeah, we skip the climb. Ah.
Yep, can't quite climb this thing unless you're grappling onto it, because it's wiggling around. So you can jump up and run up and look at the guy like, hello, and then go back down.
Grab up to the person.
You could, but you already used your 2 attacks. Gotta grapple him. Basically, ran up, he jumped up, he said, hi! And you go back down. I'll save you!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can't replace martial arts attack with the grapple.
Oh, that is a martial art.
And he also used your bonus action. Use
Oh,
2 attacks,
yeah.
one to try and grapple, and then 1 to punch, and then bonus action to step of the wind. So you're able to jump up and see the guy very clearly, but then you go back down.
I see insects.
You see insects all over his body.
You should probably get that choked up. As Javen falls back down.
Dr. Javen, high speed diagnosis. Your turn?
That's this Doctor of the West.
Here. As Gregory, you finally managed to cut down one of these trees and you're turning your sights on the other.
As this fucking branch comes whipping out at me and I cut away at it, realizing finally now that getting a hold of myself. Seems like every time I re-engage with these things, I have to take a breath before just putting my all into my attacks, and I realize that ugly fucking bend in my blade, and I look around for half a second and realize got one other tool as I start to circle around this thing, dropping my greatsword to the ground and snagging up my battle axe, laying in the pile of crows as I circle around to the side of this thing, and I just start chopping into its side. Again, weapon's not heavy enough to get the full brute of it, but I attack recklessly with all I've got that I can muster as I just double hand try to chop this fucking thing down.
Oof, as you cut into the side of the bark. Ooh, and that second one will definitely strike your...
Tell me you got one in the tank.
I got one more! As I cut into the side of this thing, I see the hole. Gonna make that wedge as my Timberson blood starts to boil, and the last little bit of reserve, my last level 1 smite I've got left, I cut into the side of this thing as I try to just cut in as deep as I can. Try to get it to fall.
Ow! 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 This burst of light starts crackling and burning away at the inner wood meat. As this thing starts to tip and turn, you can hear it creaking as it bends against the wound.
Draw my axe, and I cut in one last time.
That'll connect.
Another 16 damage.
How do you want to kill this thing?
Ooh. Just one strike to make the mark, a second strike, that magic energy to just split as the wood just almost like spider webs outwards, like a lightning strike outwards as the last strike. The entire trunk just splinters in an explosion.
Sweet mother, help! As this thing falls dead to the ground, as the man comes spilling out to the ground, still bound up in branches.
As I'm just take a second, pulling my axe out of the splintered trunk of this thing, looking around, as I just start to try to make my way back up towards the group, but I'm fucking exhausted. I don't make it very far. That's my turn.
Okay, Luna, you hear another tree fall and crash to the ground. And you can actually see Samantha on top of the carriage. Standing on top of the whole top, visible. Just making sure she can see her.
Let's see. I noticed that these two guys are going to be down soon, so I'm just going to try and get rid of them. As I will upcast my Chaos Bolt 20 at this time at the 3rd level.
Okay. Pump some extra magic. And extra key, sorcery. As both those will connect. As more magic comes flying out, split between your hands. Strike these creatures down. Ooh, that first one. However damage it does, how do you want to kill this thing?
As acid kind of just splashes on the tree bark, it just singes this entire hole through it as it falls over.
As Javen, this tree right on top of you begins to slip and fall. Give me a dex save.
Off and die.
Ooh, as fortunately this thing is falling slow enough before it suddenly drops. You're able to pull yourself out of the way as the tree basically falls boom, in this direction, freeing its captive, and you manage to pull yourself out of the way, the meat of it, as some branches would fall and strike against your body, but you're nimble enough to step between them and bat them away.
And then second one.
Second one, ooh. And that second one will connect as 5. Okay, what kind of damage is that?
That'd be force damage.
Nice. As it crashes into this thing's body, tearing and ripping, as this thing's basically almost in the same way. Most of its actual like meat has been destroyed except for a single sliver, which is now creaking and bending and snapping as it moves around in pain. Oh, my friend! My brethren!
This is all your guys' fault. As I talk to the rest of the party. And then that'll be my turn.
As Nero, he's still face surrounded by all these birds, can't quite see anything outside of it.
As Nero leaps over the cart to steal the kill. No, he just bashes into these birds. As he Scooby Doo's a little bit there and bashes into these fucking birds.
You're smashing them down piece by piece, some of them battering against the carriage, smacking their bodies against it as they are still up.
Front hooves are just dyed red in the blood of fucking dead crow. That's him.
Alright, Quill, you managed to see this tree get battered by magic, but it's still barely up in front of you.
Mm-hmm. And Quill just runs his blade across the shield as sparks begin to shine. It's almost as if a little bit of the metal kind of touches Quill's skin. He's gonna do a little fighting spirit.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
As he swings out at this tree.
There you go.
There you go.
Nice. As you
John's
swing
fucking
through, how do you want to
superpower.
kill this thing?
Plot crits.
As I just, like, off of the shield in one motion, I just spin around, swinging, cutting right across its trunk, as I then jump and leap down on these crows, with my blade going straight into them.
Kicking off the wheel and coming down on top of these things? Yeah, give me that strike. And how do you want to kill these things too?
As the sword just comes through, and it almost spins quickly in his wrist as it just slices through all of them as he lands. It's just plop, 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 plop.
As all these severed crows land on the ground next to Nero's blood-red hooves.
I think that will do it.
With that sound, the crackling of fire, and basically no more of these wood creaking around you, things go still. You are out of combat, finally.
Alright, let's get these bugs off of you.
Look down at this guy.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I'll be right back for you. Hold on. 'Cause I'm gonna
6.
go and try to help the people that are about to be burned.
And Persephone's immediately circling around to put out the fires.
Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, easily with like using some druid craft and calling back the flame, almost like pulling it out of the thing into your hand. The green fire basically leaps away and leaves these things smoldering but no longer burning.
You're all right.
And you're
Pull this guy out of the tree.
He's basically, this thing fell and hit the ground, but he's basically cushioned by most of the branches. And take your sword, chop away some of the branches to hold him together, and he basically brings himself to his feet. Oh, thank you.
I only see 6 of these trees. Weren't there more? Did they run away?
Yeah, were there any more, y'all folks? We get everybody.
There's no more in the back, right?
As this elven woman wrapped in cloth looks up to you, Greg, she kind of opens her mouth to speak, but you don't really hear any sound as she just puts her hand over her mouth. And then the man who's wrapped in turbans looks up. There were only a handful. No more than 6, I suppose.
They said there's 60. There's 3, 4 there. How many you got back there?
I see at least 2.
You're alright. Those bugs aren't bothering you, are they?
And that's everybody. Good. Oh, hell. Y'all folks, y'all alright? Y'all hurt anything?
As the elf sort of like brushes past his long golden locks, sort of trying to collect himself, you see some insects still crawling on him, and he just points a finger, and the spark of flame traces across his body. We're fine now. Thank you. We were simply traveling north along this road, and trees are coming alive now, and they were speaking of some sort of sweet mother. I think they were talking about going on. Insects everywhere. It goes everywhere. As you see him pulling at his trousers, just you see bugs still crawling out of him. Oh,
So, y'all say y'all from Thistle?
yes, we all hail from Thistle. We were simply traveling north to Oakwell. We heard something spectacular was going on there, but unfortunately, more shit is going down in the woods. Thought we could get away from Thistle for a bit while things were terrible, and It's even worse out here.
How long were you traveling for before the trees, well, got a hold of you?
Only a day or so. We were here for only a few hours. The trees started speaking to us. They spoke of sweet mother, and I don't know. We didn't want to stay with them, but they insisted on us coming with them, and then they took us into the trees.
Put my hand on my chest, and a little bit of light's gonna pierce out just to help me catch my breath as I just give myself 5 health from laying hands.
Please, are you all from Oakwell? Are you adventurers?
Yeah, we were on our way to Thistle, actually.
You don't need to go there. There's nothing there for you. Nothing there for you, Lord. It's a mess.
What do you mean it's a mess? What do you mean there's nothing there?
Frogs and birds and things.
Frogs and birds, no. Not much there left. Witch who lives there. I don't know what's going on with her, but everything is just falling apart. The trees are breaking, the houses are shaking. The terrible place to be right now. No need to go to Thistle. Trust me.
What was there, like an earthquake or something?
An earthquake. Her name is Marjorie Haynes. Wherever she wakes up or goes in town, things are falling apart. Honestly, can't stay there. Well, to say, thought, Oakwood would be a good place to go. Air travel north to another place, and no. Force doesn't want us to leave, apparently. Force wants us to hang out in the trees and experience literally the worst nightmare I could ever imagine.
Isn't that your friend, Persephone?
Yeah, that's her.
Perhaps you are indeed a seer.
Friends with Marjorie Haynes.
Well, folks got 2 choices, I reckon. You can keep on trying to go to Oakwell. It's a ways out still. Go back with us. With this'll. Ain't none of them choices sound great, I admit, but it's up to y'all.
Listen, between the choice of returning to that place in its current state, or hopefully making it through the rest of this force without any more obscurity, as he looks off into the woods looking for something that isn't really fun, I would choose Oakland. Again, I would advise there's nothing for you in Thistle. Stay there, and the trees might fall on top of you.
I only tried once.
Well, since we just came from Oakwell, the roads should be safe on the way over for you guys.
Good. It's pleasant to hear. Really, sorry. Thank you. This was very strange predicament to find ourselves in and to meet you in. Phelan of the Gold Roses, as he extends a hand towards first Quill, giving him a shake, and then forcibly handing his hand to you, Gregory, just shaking everyone's hands. Who might you be?
Gregory Timmerson. It's nice to meet you. We the Valiant 7.
Valiant 7. I've heard of that name before. Wait, one thing.
Yeah, we were in Thistle a while back.
Why are there 6 of you?
It's a long story.
Alright then. But, wow, the Valiant 7. I've heard of your efforts. Yeah, they talk about you in Thistle. Maybe you can bring some sort of order to all that chaos going on there. Honestly, if you ask me, it might be safer to try and get that girl out of that village. The longer she stays there, the worse things are getting.
Well, I was there probably about a month ago. Things seem to be fine. How long have they been going awry for?
I don't know, last few weeks? I mean, things have always been strange with Miss Haynes. She gets upset about something, and then one of the trees cracks or the floorboards break in someone's house, and then they come knocking to a Shay, and of course, Shay has nothing to say. She hides in a tree. Now it's getting worse and worse and worse, and Shay, I don't think she can do anything. So we're pulling out. Isn't that right, women? As you see a couple of these wrapped up turban people, and one of them looks like almost like an older man with some tough metal armor next to you, Javen. Gathering things. It is not safe there.
How goes it?
He looks at you, gives you like a nod. You can sort of notice some of the patterns in his clothing seem similar to the places you've been. Sort of this, like everything's refined. He wears like looks like this pieces of split mail, has this long straight sword with a single edge. This soul is no longer safe. I would not have this go. Pulls himself back to his feet and wanders away.
How about you, man? You alright?
Hi, I'm doing fine. So many bugs. They got everywhere.
Gregory, you should maybe get moving along here.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Y'all folks know how far out we is?
Well,
Thistle?
this is an indicator you about a day's travel left. If you press on through the night, you'd get there by maybe the dawn of morning, but we've been in those trees for a little while. Upside down, blood in the head. Hard to really gauge. But I would say about a day. Are you really sure you want to go there?
I reckon.
It appears that's where faith is true.
Look, if any of y'all hurt or anything, I could do something to patch up your wounds before you leave, but we gonna have to be heading out pretty quick.
Is anyone hurt? This is quiet and you hear someone go, "Oh, a bug bit me right on my yeah, I'm good."
Alright. Well,
You
you
want
need
a
a place
drink?
to stay. You look for the fallen horse when you get into town. My recommendation.
Fallen horse.
Yeah. South side of town.
So speak out to the elf in Elvish. May the blessings of the journey be upon you. May you arrive home safely.
As he turns to face you, hearing your tongue, actually realizing in this moment that you are actually an elf. You're towering over him, your body is burly and thick. He's like slender and almost feminine as he looks up at you and he smiles. He returns a reply to you in Elvish as well as you, brave knight, as he looks you over in your shining armor.
Just give a curt nod and mount up.
All right, everyone, gather back
way back up to the front, just kicking dead birds out of the way. This is why I hate ravens.
Samantha, are you alright? I came as quickly as I could.
I appreciate it. You did well.
That tree moved!
What? Where?
just push it across the ground.
Well, there was one tree that just stopped moving. I don't know if it's still like hiding. It's like over there.
Wait, where?
Like over there.
Where? Grip my axe and start walking over here.
Oh,
I mean, he
wait.
seems scared, so maybe we could just talk to him.
Yeah.
Have him lead us to wherever the Great Mother or whatever it is.
The sweet mother.
He ain't got nobody up in his branches. They don't seem like the brightest salt, though.
I look back at these people that we saved. You all can go away now.
Yes, thank you.
They just loop back up. They just loop through their NPC dialogue again. Oh, yes, thank you for saving us.
Persephone's looking
See you around.
for a breathing tree.
God, Zero, get off of me!
Hello?
Give me a persuasion or perception check.
I'll be looking as well.
I am readying a cast of Eldritch Blast.
As you're looking very carefully, you've been beat by these things. You got very close to these trees. You see all of them sort of swaying in the soft wind, and then one of them, you can see some of the branches just sort of start curling a little bit. One right in front of you. Little.
Hi there. Just give it a sweet smile.
You do not see.
It's okay. Just wanna talk about what
I am just a tree now.
You guys wanted to take them to the Sweet Mother? Can you tell us where she is?
Over there. As a big long branch points over. Just off into the southeast, it looks like.
About how far?
Over there. Sometimes she's over there. She points over to the west. Sometimes over there. Points somewhat also back to the southeast. Just this long branch. More branches joining this one until it's just a big old swaying thing. But I wouldn't know. I'm just a tree.
How about this tree gets up and walks us over to where it was you were going to take the people?
Trees don't walk, and I can do it.
Eldritch blast him.
I Eldritch Blast the roots. I wasn't gonna shoot him, but hearing that retort, I shoot at the ground near him.
Okay, as Luna, your shots sort of pick at the bark around it, breaking up some of it, not really deterring it, but then the ground explodes in front of him. Oh!
You want to try that again?
You're not as nice as I am.
Very sweet mother is not mean, she's kind.
We just want to, talk to her, get to know her, have
You
some...
shot at me!
Well, I'm going to shoot at you again if you don't
killed
get the
my
fuck up.
brothers and sisters, and all
And you're
we wanted to do was hug them.
Do you want to die too?
No!
Then get the fuck up.
I don't like your friend over there. She's very...
No one likes you either.
You can't hear me! I'm a tree!
She can be a bit strong.
Okay.
Like really strong.
I'll get up close to the tree.
I've had his trunk.
Yeah, I'll be alright.
You are sweet, like the sweet mother. I like you. Don't like them!
No, it's okay. They're hard to like sometimes, but deep down they're really good people.
I don't believe that, but I'm just a tree. I
think
don't
you're
know
right.
numbers, sweet girl. I don't know distance. But if you want me to, I can show you where she is. But it will be very slow, for I am a tree.
Take your time.
I just want
Persephone.
growl and bark, he says.
Is there any way that you could send a companion with him and report back on his whereabouts? Perhaps some kind of plant or bird or
You
squirrel?
want me to take someone to the sweet mother?
Well, at the rate that he would be walking, a day's travel for us could probably be maybe a week for him. I don't think I have matches that would last that long.
I don't
We
think we
more
could
worried
wait a
about
week.
finding the witch or trying to find out what the hell's going on with Marjorie.
We need to figure out what's going on with Marjorie.
So the tree's
I have
expendable
a
then.
feeling in my jellies that those things are
Ew.
connected.
I think you're correct, Dragon.
Don't you jellies us.
It's just something that you feel. It's just in you. You just got to feel it in your jelly.
You're not an electric Javen. You're a
Maybe he
fire.
feels it within his gelatinous cube.
That's
It's just something that you
ready,
feel.
Eldritch Blast again. Well then, Persephone, if you would be so kind.
I'm sorry. As kind as I am, unfortunately, the Sweet Mother is not quite as sweet as she used to be. I move away. Hop on my horse.
I'll swing out as well.
Just a cacophony of magic blasting into it, swords and fists just pounding into this thing. Just three. Oh no! I can't go. I'm just a tree.
Now you're firewood.
Seems unnecessary, bro.
If more people are leaving the village, Javen, we can't have them being hugged.
Yeah, hunted, whatever.
I just wanted to kill the thing.
Yeah, we know. I can't imagine those ravens left sour taste in your mouth.
Luna, are you coming?
Little do you know, that's actually her after image. She moved so quickly into the carriage, that's all you can see.
Yeah.
How many ravens are just on the driver's seat right now, like around my little fucking thing?
Like, I mean, some of them got sort of exploded. It looks like there'd only be maybe 20 or so, but some of them have been split in half, so it's like 40 halves of ravens.
Alright, so I just used like Mage Hand to like make them all into one big pile next to me. And then I take Chompy, just swing him off myself, and put him right in front of him, and open them on up, and just Mage Hand them on in.
All the ravens?
Like all the ones that are like in.
A lot of ravens.
Yeah, these ones. These.
Oh, yeah.
Just scoop them off the seat,
Yeah,
off the top.
I just dust bin them with Mage Hand into Chompy.
Okay.
That is a terrible damn sound.
Persephone, you might need to heal yourself.
And just hearing the sound of this thing eating and chomping on flesh.
I flip him back out. Put him back on my side.
I'll be fine.
Alright,
I
so
won't.
them
Apparently I disappeared. I don't know where I went.
fellas said we could make it to this if we travel through the night. We won't do that.
Hey, Gregor, you have a good mind about these things. Your horse does not check the front left wheel. Make sure it's good underneath. I don't want this thing coming apart once we start moving it.
I ain't really much of a woodworker or nothing.
Didn't you make that
Alright.
wheel back? Oh no, that was Clyde that carved it, wasn't it? God damn it, Clyde.
We feel his absence really fucking hard.
Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, Rangers are. Play them.
Yeah, you
Look
can't,
at
ever,
the
you can't
axle.
ever say, like, oh, I was just useless as Clyde. No, you weren't. It's been one session and we miss you over it.
I know. Everyone says Rangers are crap, and you should never play them. They're very versatile. You can do a lot of shit with them.
I think
Gregory,
we
you're
should-
pulling out the axe.
I'm just checking out the axle to see if it's cracked, because yeah, I did know Nero sort of hopped up on the side of it. See if there's any lasting damage that might affect us being able to move.
Hey, give me an investigation roll.
Oh, I'm good with those, baby.
Heck yeah. Looking for
Oh,
minor
yeah.
details.
Looking for that 5 and int.
So, yeah.
Oh yeah.
God damn
Oh
it.
yeah.
Looking down.
You're not helping me. You just told me
No,
to
I
do
have
it.
inspiration. I was just thinking about, like, it's my Hummer. I don't want this thing to fucking break. I was gonna give it to you.
I mean, you do see where Nero's hooves like basically smashed one of like the pair of seats in the front of this thing. It looks like someone's not gonna be sitting on that anytime soon without getting splinters in their ass. Looking down at the axle, actually the frame itself, I mean, it looks fine. There's some cracks in it. This thing was battered. It was in the middle of combat. Looks like it should be fine.
I mean, I don't think this thing was really built to be fighting in, but it should be fine. I mean, for at least a day, we can get fixed up once we get it.
That's if there's a thistle left.
Alright, well, let's move then. As I try to move the carriage.
If y'all don't mind, I'm gonna just take a bit in the back here just to get myself patched up, and I'll be good.
Fair
Well,
enough.
let's get moving.
Persephone, you really should take care of some of those wounds.
I said I'm fine.
Hit the road.
As you hit the
Use a little
tree.
bit of magic to heal up the side of Nero's face and neck, because I know he's going to be walking and he's not going to get a short rest to heal himself.
I caught fire over there, by
Yep.
the way.
That's fine.
Raven's fire. Just like on the record of the show. I'm not leaving fire.
No, I get you.
Samantha looks back and just mows down the civilians walking away.
No, I just
No witnesses.
shove the tree down the road.
The tree in the middle of the road. Assuming someone takes some time
That would help track that.
To
Nero
move the
heals
tree.
up.
Blast it off into the
Pull him
distance.
Haul it off the side.
Gregory moves a whole tree.
I'll lash it up to Nero. He's all healed up. He's a big boy.
He's got his eyes pecked out a little bit. He's okay.
He's fine.
Pull the
got
tree on the
that.
road, and eventually, after taking some time to lick your wounds and tend to the most serious of them, you guys mount back up on your horses and make your way down the path. This time, a lot more aware of what's going on around you. Some of your eyes not lingering on the creatures around you that you may see, but the trees themselves, as apparently those are now foes too. And after about one more day of travel, pressing on through the night, your eyes are getting a little heavy, your body's getting achy. Some of you see the familiar sights, the soft glow of where it looks like the forest becomes softer, the ground becomes more muddy, the trees become a bit more grimy and mossy, and you find you're in the swamp again. And through the swamp, you find the incredibly tall autumnwood trees standing high, although many of their leaves are starting to fall out now as you are heading into fall. And you eventually careen a hill and find yourself in the village of Thistle, at least on the very edge. But it doesn't quite look as familiar as you saw before. The air sort of hangs heavy with, it looks like this maybe fog of dust or something else. A lot of color has been drained from this village. And along the walls, you can see these shacks and huts that were once strung up against trees are sort of in dilapidated states. The trees themselves look like they've been damaged, branches harshly torn and broken from the sides of these trees, and even large cracks formed up some of them as you find somewhat of a decayed looking thistle.
Ooh.
Photoshop is like cheating.
No, it's not.
And you can see as you approach, someone's actually standing somewhat towards the center of town. Someone you never see standing out in the middle of Thistle, speaking to these robed figures that you know as the Eyes of Elm. You guys start to approach, and the sounds of your approach with a large carriage, wagon wheels turning and cracking beneath the earth catches her attention, and she turns to face you. And it's something of a sight to behold, not of beauty, but of desecration. You see Chiefess Ashe turn half her face, this still lively color, her flesh like the color of wood, and her eye, this beautiful golden azure flame, but the other half is wilting, the other half is broken, the other half is dying.
Look at you. Oh, and cut it out.
Oh, jeez.
As that is where we will end our session, with the Valiant Seven, as that's their new name apparently, approaching the village of Thistle in this dilapidated, broken state, and finding just what's going on in this small village. As it seems like some sort of plague, maybe not of a sickness, but of a more magical nature, nefarious and possibly born from the magic of witches, has taken hold, draining life not only from the area itself, but apparently from its chiefess.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy. Will they be able to save Thistle and the Elderbark? Or will they fail and death sweep over the lands? Fire consume all. Be sure to tune in next Thursday to find out. 7:30 p.m. What? No. I mean, that does mean I get to play Nina, but no.
Oh god, kill Oakwell. Please, the plague just burns down and everyone dies.
The Skaven nuke Oakwell, everybody dies.
Yep. Clyde comes back.
If Song of Rapture dies, that does not mean we get to play Godbound, Peter. That's not how it works.
That's unfortunate.
So be sure to tune in on June, that is June, right? Yes, June 6th, for more Song of Rapture and to find out what happens next with our new group and our same old name, but with a new meaning. Hey, the Zoomy Zoom works again. Showing off your cool Photoshoppy skills. So, with that, we do still have more D&D for you, though not this Sunday, but this Tuesday, we will return to Kingdoms of the South and everything.
We will, Jordan won't.
Yeah, I'll have expired by then. But
Successful.
no, but you can
It'll be
still
zombie, Jordan. It'll be fun.
Yeah, I'll be like undead Raiden with like red eyes and stuff. It'll be awesome. So be sure to tune in.
Jordan, it's your turn. What do you do? Brains. All right.
Yeah, just give me a barbarian. I'll be fine. Brains just means I hit him with the hammer. I'm braining them. That's what it means. So be sure to tune in this
Where do you hit him?
Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. Eastern for more D&D for Kingdoms of the South this Tuesday. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, Art Sand Coffee, with a variety of flavors and wonderful packages. You can get yourself some delectable Art Sand Coffee today. Be sure to use promo code LION10 to get yourself a sweet discount on some great coffee and help support the channel. I would be loath to not mention as well that we have a wonderful and comfortable selection of merchandise that you can see just below the stream.
It's perfect if you're naked. You can put it right on.
Yeah, it's excellent for that. And it's really good print, too. It's so pretty. Love it. It's great.
Are you tired of being naked? Well, we have the thing for you.
If only they had pants, we could finally get Brendan in some pants.
There's got to be a better way.
Are you
I
ashamed when
actually
you go
can-
out in a public and
actually
you're not
can
wearing
get some
anything?
pants made also, but they'd be
With this logo across the ass?
Yeah, but actually yes. Actually yes.
Yes!
I want some
Actually,
juicy
yes.
lion pants.
Yeah, if it says juicy lion head, then maybe.
I'm gonna have the guy
I
go
would
back
totally buy some sweatpants.
and redo this, except it'll just be like a lion twerking with a big juicy butt. There you go.
Yeah.
I would. I'll have some sweatpants. I don't have any good sweatpants.
Yeah, me neither.
Alright, I will reach out to the Streamlabs merch store and have them fucking put some sweatpants on there then. But in the meantime, check for other stuff that you may want, like a cool magic mug or a comfy sweatshirt or really nice premium t-shirts. So, now that I'm done shilling the things, that's it. That's all we got. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you tune in again this Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. and this Thursday for the continuation of this excellent game as well at 7:30 p.m. as well. And then that'll be how it continues until next Sunday, as Brendan gets all the time in the world to make what will most likely be the final dungeon as awesome as it can be.
I'm only responsible for missing one of these days.
I have a wedding to go to.
Well,
Yep.
I
who
guess-
knows? There may be a hurricane yet.
Let's hope not.
I hope not.
As that said, everyone, that's all she wrote. And as always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Hey, y'all, baby.
Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I'm digging it being red. Neato. George, I'll commission you. How much is the Switch? I'm sure they're gonna do some sort of Pokemon bundle too. I'll help out. 300? Alright. I'm not gonna give you a $300 commission, don't get me wrong, but I will definitely commission you something towards that. So you can join everybody in our Pokemon guild when we start playing. The Insomni Ramen team. Yeah, we're a cheaper version. I'm assuming that cheaper version's gonna be like released with Pokemon, just buy the Switch with it.